Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. The game that we're about to play has no intro music, which means I don't have any music backing me right now. Just my voice. I hope it's okay. I hope voice with no backing music is something. Tonight we are playing a brand new game. But first, it really is good to be here and to have you here. Hi. It's nice to do a little bit of pre-stream chat. I like hanging out with you guys while the splash screen is up. And here's something funny. Like, have you ever done something automatically for so long that you don't even remember the particulars of it? Or when somebody asks you, or you ask yourself, how is this done? How would you normally do this? You have no idea because you're so automatic. You're so pre-programmed in your own sort of light. I moved my hair over here to the side where my eyebrow piercing is, and then it dawned on me, like, I don't bring my hair over to the side. My hair could live wherever the hell it wants to, but I always bring it over to my left, your right, or whatever it is you're watching me on. I bring it to one side all the time, and that's just how it is. And tonight I was like, I'm bringing it over to this side because it feels good and it feels right. And I was like, wait a second, is this different? Do I never do this? And then why don't I flip my hair regularly and put it where I want it on a whim? Just whimsically decide where the hell my hair should go. Hello, it rose to a Troa. Also, Clark, hello, welcome on in. Give me 2 shakes of lamb's tail. I feel like my chat application is not really working well. I don't know why it's not doing the relays that I want it to do, which makes me nervous that I'm not receiving the chats that I feel like I ought to. Can we reconnect to this one? I hope something works. I'm using Social Stream Ninja for those of you that are curious. And I gotta say, it's been hit and miss. Some parts of the app have been great, and other parts have really left me high and dry. Well, just in case, I do keep some other chat windows open. So if I don't receive your chat relayed to the one place where I want to be looking to see you, hopefully I read it somewhere else. I do sort of put fail safes for a number of things down. TikTok is the one where I used to be able to produce a fail safe, and now I cannot, which is frustrating. Yeah, it's just multi-streaming is so much fun. It's definitely, and it evolves. I wish I could just make an end-all be-all guide to streaming across multiple platforms, but I'll tell you that it's changed several times over since I started, and I don't know, like, these platforms, they don't inform me, oh, hey, we're doing this, or we're going to change this, or we're giving you this quota. No, just kidding, we're giving you that quota. It's confusing, and writing a guide, making a video for it so that anybody who's streaming that wants to learn how to multi-stream from me could learn the methodology. It shifts so fast, I don't know if it's worthwhile to make a video. I might still do it. Or at least explain the caveats. Borked? It's been a bit borked for a few streams. True. I don't even know. Oz has told me that my captions aren't working. And to be honest, I don't even know how to fix that part. Very rude. Should paddle. Oh my. That brings me back to the part of my youth that was spent at a Protestant Christian elementary school where kids who acted out got literally paddled by the principal. That was the thing that happened. I don't know if it necessarily made them into better people, but they did receive the principal's wrath. Tonight we're playing a game that I did a little bit of research before we were going to start tonight, and I'm very pleasantly surprised that this game has such a cool and storied past. And I'm gonna pull up a little something here so I can share with you what the heck is going on and why this is such a cool game. Billy, hi and welcome. Hello? Oh, thanks. Name I cannot read because I don't know that script. Just subscribed. Appreciate your face. Thanks for popping in. We're playing a game called Amarzone. That's my best guess as to how it's pronounced. And I want you all to understand sort of the past, the history that this game comes from, so that you can understand why the hell I'm playing a game most people haven't even heard of. It is a cult classic, and it's published by a publisher called Microids, which I think is just a French small scale publishing company. But yeah, I'll fill you in as to why we're picking this game and its importance. Yeah. My dad paddled. Oof, really? The only thing it did was make it next to impossible for me to feel like a relationship with him till later adulthood, because I didn't want to be around a person who hits me. Completely fair. Yeah, somebody who takes a weapon and smacks you with it, even if it's supposed to do, minimal damage or not visible damage, it's supposed to still hurt you. And hurting is supposed to change your behavior. And it does. I mean, it works. But it works with a whole lot of baggage. And I think that's what older generations didn't realize. Because even when I was a kid, I do feel like a number of families were like, corporal punishment works. It changes your kid's behavior for the better. And there's no negative repercussions whatsoever. But then those kids grew up, myself included, and it's like, no, it did. It changed us, and it did fucking really negatively affect us. And it's only until, recent years that we've learned that physical violence against a child to get them to change their ways, one, does work. So it confirms your theory. If you try it and you want your kid to behave in a different way, so you use violence, it does work, but it's dirty. Like there are cleaner ways to get your child to change their behaviors so that you get a child an outcome that you probably want. Whereas if you hit them or hurt them in some way, you also change their behaviors, but then you also get an outcome that you probably never wanted. And yeah, that's the part that sucks. Hux, hi and welcome. How to be a moderator? I don't currently do moderators for your platform. I take care of everything myself. What are we talking about? I guess we're talking about corporal punishment for children and why it's been proven cognitively or behavioral science, cognitive science to not really do the thing that older generations thought it did. Or it works, but it also works plus a lot of nasty baggage therapy, disowning the parents. And if you're a parent that thought, man, corporal punishment is something that's going to fix my kids and then raise them into adults that are going to appreciate me. It fucking didn't. It disoriented and dislodged them from you, estranged them from you. Then, whoops. Why did that happen? I can't believe it. Well, the science didn't catch up for a minute. I didn't have a relationship with my dad at all till my mid to late 20s. I despised him. Don't blame me there. I had a similar experience where it was my first wife that got anything, the ball rolling in trying to relate back again with my father. Yeah. Crazy. I still don't understand how hurting your child is legal, true, and in some circles acceptable, but they don't agree that doing the same to another adult is okay. Right. Like you could just hit another person anytime you want. If you just dislike somebody, if they bother you or they threaten you or they scare you, you just felt uncomfortable and you're like, you've gotten close and you're scaring me right now. And I don't know what you want. You're literally just asking a question, but the way you asked and the way you approached me, and I'm in a headspace, honestly, it's just been a week. And so I just felt like punching you. You get like criminal charges thrust against you for that. You could have like a really bad week. Somebody could come up to you with a very innocuous question, query, or they're trying to get help or whatever, and they reach out to you, and you're like, this is so bad. I'm so anxious and depressed right now, and the way you're approaching me, it reminds me of my ex, and I've been abused in so many ways, and you remind me of my abusers, and I'm just gonna lash out and give you a good punch. And then you recoiled and you ran away, and that resolved the issue. But then you told the authorities, and now you're suing me, and now I have to try to argue my way out of an assault charge. Yeah, that happens with adults. But when you smack a child because they were acting out, some cultures and some political structures is like, yeah, that kid is your charge. If you decide violence is the way to solve their problems, if that's how they're going to be a better citizen in the end, go for it. Do it. Be really mean and cruel and smack them around a bit, and you'll probably change their behaviors for better, for worse. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Unless you don't think your children are people. I feel like that is a thing too. I learned this before I ever became a dad, and it was part of the enculturation that got me interested in wanting to be a parent. Um, an old friend of mine, I've spoken about him on stream before. I won't say his name tonight, but I've mentioned him before. He said, when I grow old, I want to be like the adults that I really think are cool, because there are certain adults that as you are a kid or a teenager or whatever, preteen, you meet those adults and they are just cool. They connect with you well. Save what game? Hi, Jam. Should I change save the game to like a hello, a greeting of some sort? I feel like that's going to be a thing. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. My friend, my wise friend that I just add a check-in. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what Save the Game is going to become, because originally it was for Cyberpunk, which required me to remember to save, and I wanted you all to have a cheap channel point redemption, so you could be like, yo, D, it's been a long time since you've saved. It's super dangerous right now. If you die right now, you're gonna regret it so bad. But since we haven't played that game in a hot minute, and now everybody uses it as like a hello, we should change it. Probably. I think you should do a greeting one, but keep the save the game for when you need attention pulled. Maybe. I do think so Oz uses the Oz command, which is not fair because not everybody has access to that one. In Oz's stream, she has the Navi like hello or listen or whatever. I forget which one it is. One of the fairy commands, and that one works pretty well to get your attention away from the game, away from if you're monologuing too much or you're caught up in a Discord conversation, and chat just really needs you to read this chat. It's important. It's super important, and you got to do it. Um, I think we need something like that. Yeah. Just a sign that we need to play more Cyberpunk? No, I can't. I love the game. I honestly, I love the game and the setting and that era and role playing in that world. But I feel like it is stream death. So probably not the best option for me. When I was playing Cyberpunk, it was really, really low engagement gaming. Yeah. I would play it forever. I that's one of my favorite games, but a lot of people hated it. Even after the 2.0 release, I don't think a lot of Q public really caught on that Cyberpunk was good again or better than ever. And they were just like, they had written it off as being the 1.0 game, which is unfortunate. Yeah. So I'll have to play other games once we're done with these the mother-like game run, all of those games that are supposed to be in one playlist, and then tonight's the Saturday night adventure, which is all Myst-like games, of which Amazon is part of that. Yeah. But I do feel like my friend enculturated me. We were in high school, and he said, my favorite adults are the adults that are cool. They hang out with teenagers, no problem. They can chat with you. They can treat you like one of them. They're not trying to be a teen. They're treating teenagers like they're full-fledged adults and give them the same respect and listening and honor when they talk, and just bolster your self-esteem and really make sure that you feel supported, listened to. um I feel like it's just it's the way we should treat other people, but some people forget what it's like to be young and decide that younger people, kids and teenagers, should be sidelined, should go to the dugout and hang out until it's their turn. And it just kind of sucks. So I've become the adult, thanks to my friend's commentary on this matter, who really tries to, every time I hang out with anybody, whether they're 5 or 15, is like, treat them like their thoughts matter, their stories matter. They are a full-fledged human being, which they are. And even if their ideas or conversations or revelations are half baked, you know what? Frankly, so are some adults. So if a 5-year-old tries to talk me up and I'm like, oh, that's cute, they're thinking down a really wrong line of logic, and this is not probably a very mature way to communicate with somebody. I'm not going to hold that against them. You would never hold that against a 5-year-old. But honestly, I've met plenty of old people, adults, well-established folks, some of which are in highly influential positions, have equally bad theories on life, theories of knowledge. And it just makes me think, yeah, I should respect kids more often and listen to them like their ideas matter, because I've met so many people getting gray hairs, or they're married, or they've lived on their own and developed so many ideas, and they're still coming up with similar theories or similarly bad concept. Yeah. I enjoyed your Cyberpunk time, but it was kind of just us a lot of the time. Yeah, I feel like it was maybe like 3 or 4 people per stream, and it just wasn't really it wasn't a good place for us to do a lot of chatting either, because Cyberpunk does have a lot of dialogue, so it makes me shut up a lot of the time. When I'm just out and about in Night City and running around and doing quests and stuff, that's fine. And then we can be sort of a more chatty stream. But the story heavy parts make me shut up. And when I shut up, I feel like we become a lesser stream than we could be otherwise. Yeah. I try to do that for the young people in my life, and I make sure they all know by age 10 that even though they're young and small and disenfranchised, unfortunately, yeah, they do have rights, and a brief description of Tinker versus Des Moines. Can you explain that? Let me take a quick bio break because I'm well hydrated already. I drank a pretty good amount of fluids before I started because I was out in the sun a lot today. If you're in my Discord server and you're part of the Pride channel, you can see what we did today and why I'm dehydrated. But now that I've drunk so much fluids, now I need to take a quick bio break to take care of that. So I'm going to go do that, and then we'll get started on tonight's game. So, BRB. How can I, an inanimate object, create animate objects? Ah, the old Tootsie Roll question. Oz is my wife, life partner, mother of my 2 crotch groblins. Groblins? I'm just gonna roll with it. Like that wasn't a typo from the mouth. Welcome. Just save again. I feel like it. Oh, we can't. Okay. Good thing we saved before we got here. Although I'd hate to watch that whole cutscene again. I just want to be let out. I remember this area and I just want to be let out of the cage. Coming out of my cage and well, I'm not coming out of my cage. That's the problem. Okay. Well, I think there's only one thing to do while you're in here, and that's
I would describe it, but you're streaming.
understood.
But it's basically me enveloping his cock in my mouth. That's it.
Well done.
Yeah.
It's a lovely dream.
Did I go New Yorker? I'm a New Yorker, ooh.
Remind me to have Gray do both his Jersey and Uwu.
Yeah. Free first aid. If anybody wants it. Just behind this big tall boy. Ooh.
I don't see no tall boy.
Oh, wide boy, ooh. If you see a wide boy at the side of the road. I don't know what you do to him. I just wonder if you do. What might happen? It will. Of course I can't move forward. Like, I get frustrated at how many things don't open. Jeez. I have the soles of my feet have goosebumps right now. And of course the door that was locked now just opened. Oh my god. It's not around anymore, and I am your ghost host with the most, Damien Halme. Welcome. a variety streamer, disruptor of the status quo and reprogrammer of your mind, breaker of your ruts. Filler? I fill your ruts. Oh no, that let's not. Let's not say that one. Yes, Oz laughs like with all of her essence. Oz also burps with all of her essence. Mars, why did you emote what you did? I actually don't know how to get my horse back up now.
Could she need for something?
I still feel like I need to delete that clip. I only clipped that so I could send it to the mods or the with the team behind that particular Red Dead Redemption multiplayer server because we were robbed inappropriately. Yeah, what is Tinker versus Des Moines? What does that mean? What does that mean? I need to know. Did I ever explain or finish explaining the hair thing? I think I parted my hair in the wrong direction. I don't think it usually sits on this side. I think it usually sits on the side with my my earring, and then I flipped it tonight. And I don't even. I'm not sure why. It fell off, and then it was like, "Fuck it, just go with it, just roll." And so we're doing that. Yeah. Yeah, we did make a garden. We did. We used that place last year too to grow some plants, but they were all in their own like little growing beds and pots and trays and stuff like that. We didn't actually like put anything into the dirt. And then we put a bunch of like bad netting around just to try to keep the deer out from eating everything, because we do have some pests that would probably just come in and consume all. But this year, Oz wanted to get really serious and do like raised bed planting of vegetables and herbs and stuff like that. So, yeah, I am sore and tired, and I might be slurry and offbeat when we actually get to playing this game. So, I apologize if my energy levels and my focus are slightly off, because it was a very big physical day for us. That planting bed that you see in the Pride channel on my Discord server, that it didn't exist in that state until we made it. We imported the dirt, we flattened out the area, we built the retaining walls and everything, and it had to happen from scratch because the existing infrastructure was not there for us. Yeah. Tinker is a court case that says just because you're a student at school doesn't mean you lose your constitutional rights. I mean, that just makes sense to me, right? Specifically to protest? Yeah. Yeah, why not? Makes perfect sense to me. I approve. I sent you books to help with those things. You did. You did. If I had a house, it'd be a first priority after making sure there was a puppy fence. Nice. Yeah, we have to just be sure that the areas that we're growing stuff in, that we have proper soil and fertilizer, and making sure that all the nutrients and everything are there if we're going to actually eat from the land, that the land that we're choosing is good land, and we're doing the right thing by the stuff that we're growing. So we're a little extra cautious and we're doing it slow. And you know us, we're incredibly busy with a million different things. So anytime we work on stuff like gardening or yard work, it depletes our resources somewhere else, like trying to make money this year and trying to build a business. So everything's balance, you know. Every extra minute I spend with the kids invests in them and takes away from the business. Every minute I spend with the business detracts from being with the family or getting progress done in the house or outside of the house. everything costs. And so we just have to be mindful of that. It sucks, but I guess that's adulthood, right? Deciding where you're going to make sacrifices to make something else happen. Let's pull up this. Is this going to pull up the right thing? Let me do it. Yes, it will. It's off kilter a little bit. Can we move this? I guess not. I feel like on this other stream though, it's not well centered. Can we move you? Yeah, that's a little bit better. This is something that an artist in the 80s named Sokal, his name was Benoit Sokal. He put together not French, he was Belgian guy. Put together this duck private eye storyline called Inspector Canardo. Canardo being like a French duck sort of name, sort of guy. I feel bad looking at Private Eyes. For some reason, I don't know why this is a trope. How many people in the detective industry or whatever, and this is like, you know, romanticized that there were people that did investigations that were not part of the police force, right? So why that happened and why we have all these stories like Sherlock Holmes was not technically part of Scotland Yard at first. And I don't know, Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys and Encyclopedia Brown. Like, there's so many people that we've written stories about. They're sort of like gumshoe detective. Even the Rescue Rangers, Chip and Dale, who originally were just like, you know, a couple chipmunks that used to piss off Donald Duck. And then they're like, oh, let's give them their own show and we'll make them detectives. And they'll be, you know, extra police, outside of police detectives. My question is, why does this read so well? We've got the interrogation light behind the duck. That makes perfect sense. The duck is wearing a trench coat. That makes perfect sense. But the sad reality is the cigarette, that fat, personally rolled cigarette in his mouth, and the liquor, those also unfortunately make a lot of sense. Why do Private Eyes have such a bad track record with substance abuse? I don't know. We use this a lot in debate. There was a topic like guaranteeing safety for all students justifies infringement on their personal rights. Oof. I found the actual one. Establishing a safe educational environment in grades K through 12 justifies infringement of students' civil liberties. Ooh, that's a spicy take. Yeah. If we really want government to treat humans as humans, people as people, citizens as citizens, there are certain ways in which we want to age gate stuff. But I think when it comes to a person's personal liberty, to say that we'll age gate that until they've hit some sort of age of majority or any other sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Arbitrary place in their development. It's painful, right? I think it hurts anybody, especially if you can put your feet in the shoes of a high schooler and say, do you deserve equal rights to an adult? At least as far as, personal liberty. People are people, so why should it be? Jam, I think I know where you're going with this. That you and you missed the I, would get along so awfully. I think, was that the one where I think I misheard the lyrics when I was young. I think I heard that particular song and I thought, no, I don't think it's that one. I'm trying to remember which song it is. There's like a Depeche Mode song. It's Depeche Mode, right? That you're talking about right now. If I do a new window, do we still see the duck detective? We do. Great. Wonderful. What a beautiful duck. What a gorgeous duck. Depeche Mode lyrics. What is the song that I heard wrong? I think it is that one. People are people lyrics. Let's find out. Let me do a quick dive right here. Just because I personally think misheard lyrics are kind of funny. Yeah. This is the one. Same song that you just quoted. I heard in the lyrics, I can't understand what makes a man hate another man. Help me understand. I heard him say, I can't understand what makes a man, period. That's the end of the sentence. I can't understand what makes a man. And I agreed. I was like, you're right. Like, men are that's such a complicated phrase. We already knew this about women, but we don't seem to know this about men. Why do we say women are inscrutable? You should just get to know the woman personally because every woman's going to be dramatically different. If you say women like flowers, you're doomed. You're destined to meet a woman that doesn't like flowers. And the fact is, women are myriad of tastes and interests and proclivities and the things that they love and the things that they hate. You should really not think of women as women so much as if you're interested in somebody, they happen to be female, forget that part and just learn who they are. Don't think, oh, women like this. Figure out who you're interested in and just work on getting to know that person and the things they love and hate. Just makes sense. And the same thing with men. You know, somebody out there might make the argument, and I think this is the red pill incel community for a long time. Men need to be able to eat more protein every day. Raw red meat is good for you, and you should be able to shoot a gun. You should be able to fix things, grab a wrench and whatever. It's like historically, men did not always fill these roles. There were always men who were aristocrats and wore. Oh, thank you for doing that. Men that wore lace, men that played piano for a living, men that worked on watches in a workshop all day long and didn't talk to anybody. They didn't run out and go hunt deer, right? But they were still important. Men who wore a fancy religious hat and robes and taught people about how they could save their souls all day long. They were not watching football. They were not grilling barbecue. They lived in a monastery with a bunch of other men, and that was okay for that person too. Like, manhood is as solidify or solidarity building or like unifying as womanhood is. In other words, not at all. But this was not the proper lyric for people are people. I just thought, I can't understand what makes a man, period, was the line. And then the next line I thought wasn't hate another man. I thought he said it takes another man. Takes another man to help me understand. And I was like, that's kind of deep. Maybe a little homoerotic, because maybe if you get in a relationship with another man, they can help you understand your own manhood. And if you don't, you'll never really know manhood. I was just trying to understand the song based on what I heard. It takes another man to help me understand what makes a man. That's what I thought they were trying to say. And I was like, that's deep. And maybe a little bit gay, but that's okay. You know, if you really don't know your own self as a man until you've been with a man, maybe that's the answer for some people. Maybe that is how you discover it. But that's not the line. I can't understand what makes a man hate another man, which I also agree. I don't understand why that would happen. Help me understand is the last line. And yeah, it was just my little misheard lyric there. That topic came close on the heels of Columbine. Oh my. Oh, yeah, it is because he pauses. I can't understand what makes a man. And then there's like a long pause. And then he says, hate another man. That sounds like you've hit a period and then you're starting a new line, a new sentence. So that's why I got confused. Absolutely. What indeed makes a man? It's a good question. What a piece of work is man. True. Well, I mean, it depends. One of my least favorite trends on the internet, since people became influencers and decided to share their viewpoints with the greater world out there, is people who lump or what's the word I'm looking for? There's a specific term when you get brought into a greater cohort that you really don't belong to. It's not just lumping people in. There's a term, and I can't think of it. But yeah, this idea that we'll look at your defining characteristics and then we'll start using them. You're a Scorpio. We all know what Scorpios are like. You have this skin color. Well, we know what that skin color with this zodiac sign, what that means, everybody. And what generation are you again? Oh, okay. So you're millennial. Well, millennial, Scorpio, this race, like it all makes sense why you would be this, and this. You're probably undiagnosed with ADHD, by the way, because of these other ways in which you interact with the world. We're just gonna assume you're probably there, or you're on the spectrum, or you're just unmedicated, and that's okay. And then they start filling in the rest of your life as though they know everything about you. Well, to be part of a cohort, to share identitarian aspects with other people, does not sentence you, does not force you to have the same ideas, proclivities, values, virtues. It's that's the part that really bothers me, is that we believe that we know about certain subsects of people and that we can extrapolate what we know about 10,000 other people that are like you. Therefore, we know what you're going to be like. That's just not the case. I find, especially at the sibling level, this is true for me. I have 3 siblings. If you look at the 4 of us, we are not related except through parentage, blood, genetics, etc. But our interests, our religiosity, our political background, our very core of why we exist on this planet and what we want to leave behind when we leave, we are 4 dramatically different people from each other. And socioeconomically, I was a little bit different, but my 3 siblings were all relatively the same. And it didn't matter. The fact that they had the same standards growing up didn't help or hinder. It didn't change, or I should say, it didn't make them the same as each other. You can't look at the 3 of them and say, oh, I know one of you, so I think I know all 3 of you. Impossible. They're too different. Yeah. Press ganging. I don't know what press ganging is. Can you explain that? Tro says, I have 9 siblings. None of us is remotely like the others, right? So what could you possibly say? How could you possibly take any person's traits and say, oh, you paint your nails this way. Oh, you wear this type of clothing. Oh, you watch that anime. You eat this type of food. I know other stuff about you. Impossible. Refuse it. Stop trying to guess what people are like ahead of time. And just ask more questions. In fact, I would argue the more questions we ask about people, the more likable we are. because there are so many people out there that just make blank, stupid assumptions that it's refreshing to meet somebody, and I try to be this somebody, to meet somebody who says, I don't know anything about you. I'm looking at you, and ideas might pop into my head of who I think you are, but they're wrong, or they're very likely wrong. So what I'd rather do is ask questions. Even if I'm right, it's probably better to ask the question first than to assume, because I think, personally, that's probably one of the fastest ways to make an enemy, is to find somebody and say, I have an idea of who you are. I don't think a single human being on this planet loves hearing other people tell them their idea of that person. Yeah. Even I and the other gay guy in the group, polar opposites. Yeah. You grew up with the same family structure. I don't know the difference in age between you and the other gay sibling, but relatively living the same structure and household and opportunities and everything, and doesn't matter. People just we don't really cohere or group up under under guessable, predictable standards like people wish we did. Press ganging is from Old England? I don't know this. Please teach me new stuff. I love this. There was a gang of sailors sent by Her Royal Majesty's Navy, and they would literally beat up men they found in towns. And press them into Navy service. Interesting. So compulsory by means of beating up. Hey, you should join us. Our job is great. And the guy says, no, thanks. And you go, well, now me and 5 of my friends are going to come punch you until you say yes. Jeez. That sounds like England, honestly. 3 years difference in age. So you had as close of upbringing as most siblings could ask for. That's crazy. And you're not comparable. They would literally kidnap them. Oh, so they wouldn't just beat up somebody. They'd just take them and say, hey, we're not even going to fight you and see if you win. You're part of the Navy now because we saw you and that's what we decided. Jeez. They would be on a boat. I mean, yeah. How do you escape from a boat? If you couldn't fight back between being seen by the Royal Navy and getting on the boat, if during that time you could not escape, then you're cooked. That's it. Once you're on a boat and you're on the high seas, what could you possibly do? Yeah, most people couldn't swim either. In that era, that makes sense. There are just certain traits that I feel, certain skill sets that I feel were adopted by later generations as something that they just felt, whether or not you lived near water, this is an important thing to be able to know how to do. Oz and I have been thinking about this as far as the crotch goblins go, right? Like what things will you not be taught in school, but are still super important for you to know, just in case England starts stealing people and pushing them into the Navy again. You maybe should know how to escape and swim back to shore so you're not caught by. No, that's not. But there are traits, there are skill sets that I think we look at now and say it's not covered by school curriculum, and I still want my kids or my loved ones, niece, nephew, cousin, whatever, to know this shit because it's important, right? So Troa's sibling, is shy, quiet, but also cold and withdrawn. Very different. Yeah. I'm open, warm, and friendly to a fault. Just one topic, and it just goes on from there. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, that's sibling, and that's not just siblings. That's just humankind. You can find two people that look identical. Hey, you're like my twin. One, you could find twins, but twins do have sometimes this pressure to twin up, to use twin as a verb instead of just a noun. And like, well, my sibling in the womb is choosing this. I'm going to choose this even if I don't like it, because there's like an expectation somewhere in your head and heart. But most siblings, no matter how close the family happens to be, they're not really necessarily going to be the same people. They're going to like different friends and have different interests and different color, different favorite food, different everything. And if you know that in the course of a family, if you can think of your own family, anybody who's in a nuclear family portion of your family tree, and you realize they're not a carbon copy of the other people in that same nuclear portion of the tree, why would you ever look at somebody else that you don't know and say, I know stuff about you. I see your skin color. I see the way you dress. I can hear you speak, and you speak with an accent, and I know stuff about you. Bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, my mom made sure I learned how to swim well. Yeah, why do we do that? Oz and I were recently looking up, like, do we need to eventually pay for orthodontic work for the crotch goblins? That's going to be crazy. I'm almost down to make a stream goal for it, because stuff like braces and palate expansion and all that kind of stuff, that can impoverish a home unless you're well off right out the gate. Because the weird thing about dental insurance is dental insurance tends to not cover all the orthodontic work that you might want to give a kid. So I started doing research. I was like, now that I think about it, Americans make fun of certain other cultures because of the way their teeth are as they grow up. But maybe their teeth are that way because these other cultures looked at braces and teeth straightening and alignment and all that kind of stuff and said, well, what they're doing is really like aesthetic. It's not beneficial on a deeper level. It doesn't really do all those things like, oh, it's reducing the amount of contact teeth on teeth, and so it's better that way. Your outcomes of your tooth health are better. It's easier to floss between your teeth. You get, when you smile and talk, if you have straight, beautifully white teeth, you're more prone to win a job opportunity over somebody whose mouth is a wild mess and crookedness and stuff like that. There's like a social and an economic handshake there just in orthodontics. And it's like stuff like that. It's kind of sad that especially the rich people, they don't even question, well, I'm just going to get my kids' teeth straightened. They're going to learn how to swim. They're going to learn this, this, and this, because people just learn these things, and whether or not you ever use them, who cares? We have the money to spend to help people out, to help our kids out and make them more complex and more valuable than we ever were, even if they never use that ability. Yeah. And you learned how to swim when you were under 10. Do you live near water now? Is it worthwhile? Did it unlock something for you? Are you safer now because you know how to swim? Just curious. Tro says, my mom had a near-death experience as a kid in water, scary, and was terrified of it, but made sure we all took lessons and then went to water parks. I mean, that part's pretty cool. Just being able to go to water parks a lot, that's fun. I went to a number of water parks in a certain phase of my life. Like it was preteen through like mid-teens, being around spraying water, floating water, moving water, um big water slides, like all that stuff was just perfect. And I did live in a lot of hot places, especially hot summers. God, just having all that kind of water spraying and splashing and pushing you everywhere. It's blissful. Yeah. My parents' fears were not our burden. In some ways, we found a bit of joy in places they wouldn't be able to describe. I'm not sure I understand. Were they not like they didn't actually want to be in and around water? They just wanted to make sure that you were comfortable in water? Is that it? Like your mom would never actually partake of anything in the water park? Yeah. That's kind of sad. That's unfortunate. Um, I would say uh, my mom raised me, and she definitely said no to a lot of stuff. So as she raised me, took me to different things, and got me involved in different experiences, she was not like ride or die next to me doing all the stuff too. She was very reserved, had a lot of fears, a lot of anxiety and anxiousness. A lot of that was learned behavior too from her experiences when she was younger. And that just meant that as I fell in love with stuff, if I was interested in something and she was the one who exposed me to it, I had to let go of the idea of just because your own mom shows you something doesn't mean that she's going to partake with you. It doesn't mean she's going to be engaged with you in that activity. She's just there to facilitate its existence for you. My mom wouldn't approach even a pool. Oh, that's a shame. I feel like water parks are so low stakes too. Like there's some places where like there's one water park I used to go to in Pennsylvania, and it was just like uh there were slides, yes, there were splashy parts and raining parts and places where you could just get doused. But they also had these like lazy river scenarios. You would just like lie down in an inner tube, and maybe your feet would get wet and maybe your butt would get wet, but you weren't really going in the water, under the water, getting splashed by stuff. You were just sort of floating around, and you could just like loop around these lazy river scenarios. I don't even think they made you leave when you looped back to the beginning. So you could just lie down in an inner tube and spend however much time you want just sort of like floating and chilling and relaxing, maybe even passing out. That sounds nice. When we had our excursions on the houseboat in summer, oh, nice. She would need help down the ramp to the sand. Gotcha. Yeah. So back to the duck investigator that we just saw a little bit earlier in the stream. This guy, Sokal, Benoit Sokal, he made in the 80s a comic based on a duck private investigator. And then after being a great artist and doing this comic book series in the 90s, decided that he would be a game designer, game developer. And so he did art, he did game design, and he was part of a team for a publishing house called Microids that developed this game called Amazon, the one that we're going to be playing tonight. And I thought that we were going to be playing the remake in the 2025 retrospective, thanks to the cultists, or the cult following that made this game stay alive for so long, that we'd be playing that version. But I do believe, looking at it, I think I've picked up the original version of Amazon, which is kind of nice to see it in its original glory as opposed to the remake the first time. So we're gonna pop into that and see how I believe the game was released in 1999, not too far off from the first Mists. Let's see how it works out for us. Mom liked the lazy river when we went to water parks. Nice. But Dad took her there first and then joined the crazy people. What crazy people? All right, let's go full screen. Let's pull up the game. Please pull up the game. Oh, there it is. Good, it works. And this game has provided us no background music, so that's lovely. From what I understand, Amazon isn't just something that Sokal developed out of nowhere, but the game is actually a nod to one episode of his Inspector Canardo comic stories. And so this is like his 80s creativity coming into a world where you can make PC games, and he wanted to bring his creativity to a different medium, different world. I don't know if we're going to be playing as a duck per se, but it was inspired by his original works as a comic book artist, and I really appreciate that. And I should say this too: the gentleman that wrote this game and also wrote the comics in the 80s, the private investigator, he passed away in 2021, but the game company then 4 years later came in and remade his game. I don't think we're playing the remake here. I think we're playing the original though. So I apologize. I think there's at least one stream where I messed it up and I said we're playing the 2025 version of the game. But I believe this is the 1999 version of the game, which I'm actually happy that we're playing the original. That sums up the story behind the game, though. Yeah. Adrenaline-seeking cliff diving, no fear group of the kids. That's what your dad wanted to do when he went to water parks. Why wouldn't he, like, I don't know, facilitate your mom's comfort? That's what I think I would do if I were in his shoes. Before we get too late into the stream, we're already past an hour. And we haven't started playing this game. Let's hit new game and see what happens, shall we? Oh, it's loud. Oh yeah, this is definitely not a remake. Look at these graphics. 1999, that's glory. Actually, for 99, this is pretty good. Look at that. Bicyclist. It's going for it. The tree foliage screams 99. But the bicyclist's animation is actually darn good. No, it's what he supervised after dropping Mom off at the lazy river. Awkward.
You're the journalist, aren't you?
Am I?
I gave him your letter the other day.
Who?
He's probably read it. He received another letter this morning. I put it in his mailbox. It was a letter from the museum. Letters from the museum, they always mean trouble.
Yeah?
Maybe you could take it to him. He has trouble moving around, you know. He's an old man. Well, you see what I mean. If you want my advice, you should see a doctor. Well, that's what I think.
Goodbye. That voice acting was awful. We can't go that way. So it's very much a point and click adventure. And I don't think we have free move. I think it is all click to move. Yep. Sure is. Oh boy. I thought we were over this particular phase of gaming, but here we are. EBF! Oh, it's so good to see you on this side of things. I feel like I haven't seen you in a live stream in a hot minute. Different game this time? Yeah, we're playing Amazon. That's what I think I'm going to call it. Very retro. This game does have a remake. We did not pick up the remake. We are playing the 1999 game. Oh, the ambiance is a little loud. I'm gonna lower the wind sounds there a bit. Hi, you're a telescope, aren't you? What are we gonna see? What are we gonna see? 180 degrees. Yeah, this game is not highly known, but it was a very cult classic. So, oh, wait. Let me make this. How do we make this work? Maybe that's it. 90 degrees, 0 degrees. So, for the people that played this game and know this game's world, they're going to have such nostalgia, but not a lot of us. All right, we're moving towards that thing, I guess. I've been playing video games a lot recently, so yeah, nice. This is a recommendation from one of our own. One of the fledglings. Actually, I think she's a ghost. Sierra Estelle said we should try this game because we've been playing all the Myst games, and this is very Myst-like. And I can tell you right out of the gate, incredibly Myst-like so far. What's this mail in the door? Oh, ads. Rude. Hello? What happened? How do I check my eye for inventory? Oh no, I don't have a button to check my anything. Wait, you can just skip your own ads? Or the ads that come up for you? Nice. Okay, we're in. Mail. Did I accidentally push it through that door? Because I see a little box right there, but I can't seem to address it. Is there anything we need to do to those? The sky looks pretty dismal, not gonna lie. All right, we're heading toward the back of this, which has this ridiculous metal. I thought maybe it was going to be like fire escape stairs, and it is not. It is something very mechanical. Can we see it from the other side? Maybe beneficial.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
The streamer of Oz is here to lurk. Shall we do a shout out since she decided to come in just specifically for some lurk support? I think that's a yes. I'm so glad I don't have to switch to QWERTY just to play this game. Oh, what is this? Definitely an older game, yeah. Interesting. What are you doing?
I'm trying to incredibly illicitly obtain time components.
A 90s game? Who plays 90s games on stream? Nice. All right, let's go back to our 90s game. All right. We have to wait until it loads into the street, too. Okay. We can't seem to actually approach this column of metal. So, we're going to have to figure out a different concept for going forward there. Can we enter this door? We have a handle in our hands when we face the door, even though the door looks like it's got a knob and not a handle. Well, it did the thing. Did what we wanted. Let's walk in, shall we? There's a bicycle, and I guess we just took the sledgehammer. I didn't ask for it. We can open the cellar door. Let's check out this cellar. Oh my, it's getting deep ambiance already. There's the stairs we must have descended. How can we see anything at all down here? Oh, there's lights. Great. What the what? This goes on for quite some time. Thank goodness these controls to the side here don't actually play a game. I don't think I could stand being in the game just yet. Anything on the sides, on the roof? Anything on the floor? Good to know this kind of stuff. Wait, what game were you playing before this? We were playing a game called Abduction that was made by Cyan. It was after the Myst games that Cyan also made. We finished that last stream, last Saturday. Because it looked interesting. I would recommend. Would I? Abduction was the setup and the learning initially, maybe like the first third of the game, I felt like Abduction was worthwhile. The first third of it, as you're learning about the aliens and everything, and I don't want to say too much if you do want to play it. It was good, but I feel like it suffered from once they gave you their world build and you're like, yeah, then what? The then what part was weak, and then the ending was even weaker than that. So it had some merit. It was worthwhile. It was in the Myst world and universe, even if it was not directly tied to the mythos. And yeah, I don't know. It wasn't my favorite game by Cyan, but it was definitely they learned a lot. They made the game pretty well, and I still got stuck a number of times, which is okay. That's fine. It's fine. I got to finish Persona 5 and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All before I start anything else. I know the feeling. A number of people have recommended new games to me or other games to me, and I'm like, I need to beat. Fridays are literally Earthbound or Mother related games until I run out. And I've already got a whole schedule of these games to go through. So we're doing that. And Saturdays, like tonight, I've been playing these puzzle games. This is the last one on this list. So ostensibly, I free up after this. There's only one more thing I wanted to do scheduled, which is this year, supposedly, the Studio Remedy Games will be releasing Control 2. I truly loved Control 1. And so I'm excited to play Control 2, and I would replay, and I will replay Control 1 so I get it on VOD, because the first time I did play through Control 1, I didn't save the gameplay. I didn't save it. So this time I will. You'll be able to see the VODs on those. And then hopefully by the time I finish with Control 1, Control 2 will be out or nearly out. And then we can move forward from there. Yeah. Okay. There are stairs down. I don't feel like I can actually explore the room, like walk around the balcony. There's no option. So let's just go down. Oh, what could possibly go wrong? I love going downwards in video games. Oh boy, there's a whole hallway over there. Love when that happens. Boy, do I love dank underground, very deep hallways with multiple ways through, mind you. Where does this lead? This is a whole thing. This guy's got cigarettes and a computer that we can't use. We're going to steal some 5 1/4 floppy disks, storage devices that save almost a megabyte of information. Wait, maybe almost 2. How do the megabytes work on a 5 1/4? I forget. No. We want you. We want you downward. Yeah, like that. What about this? Anything? Oh, we did a thing. We must have engaged this computer. So, oh, we're gonna. Oh wow, the game kind of gets you stuck here too. It's slow. It's a bit sluggish. Hydra Flot. Is that an H or a stylized K? Probably an H. Hydroflot operating system. Thanks. Thank you. It's like It's also an RPG. 1.2 megabytes for a high density 5.25. 360K for the basic ones. That's crazy. It's crazy to know that we created a standard for storage and we're like, we can put hundreds of kilobytes on there for you. And then before we lost usefulness for the 5.25 floppy, we're like, wait. We've got algorithms that we've discovered that we could do so much more. Same medium, same storage device, same technology. We can fit so much more. That's what I think led to Moore's Law, which, by the way, is not a law. For those of you that don't know what Moore's Law is, it was this concept made by this guy that was just looking at technology and decided, wow, technology moves so fast. I predict it's basically outpacing its own production, productivity, speed, complexity by like double every 2 years or something along those lines. And just, it was so pseudo-scientifical. There are ways in which we've advanced fairly quickly in computations, but not to that speed. Or if we do get to that speed, it's like a quick hiccup, a sprint, and an otherwise long marathon of small and slow changes that are still very important, just not movie level importance, I would say. Yeah. I think you were thinking of 3.5 discs. Me? No, I actually forgot. Or are you talking about Jam? What's the 5.25 actually hold? Are you saying that? Oh, here we go. Every time I alt tab out, this game shuts off. Why is my bitrate so bad right now? 5.25 disk drive storage. Let's see if Jam is right. I'm not looking for an enclosure. I just want to find facts. I can't believe they sell these drives. Like, Newegg is just like, yeah, you can buy this drive if you want. Why don't you do it? Ha, get it. Get the storage and get it now. Wait, why is this so zoomed in? Oh, because what we were looking at with the author of the game. Categories. Can we see storage on these? Jeez. There is an 8-inch floppy disk in the 1960s. 200 millimeters in diameter. Wow. And they first became commercially available in 1971. That seems so recent for something that's so big. So the 5.25 was developed in 1976, which also seems relatively recent in the era of computing. Tell me about storage. Why don't they say storage right out of the gate? Oh, here we go. The most common capacity of the 5.25-inch format in DOS-based PCs was 360 kilobytes. That was for the double-sided, double-density format using MFM encoding. I don't think I've learned about that. I'm a nerd, but I'm not this level of nerd. Yeah. 3.5 is 1.44 megabytes. Oh, huge jump. Yeah. I think it's 720K. Interesting. I have a few of those drives still. Nice. I worked at a store that had 8-inch floppy drives. Damn. Interesting. Okay, can we use this operating system or nah? I can't seem to use the keyboard at the bottom of the screen, which might not actually appear on stream. And I only see the numbers, the number row, 1 through 0. Oh, can we put our disk in? Our diskette? Go, go, go. It's not going to go for whatever reason. I thought we actually grabbed it. Wait, what if we right click? Oh, right click gives us an inventory. We have a backpack. We have the word inventory here. Here's the letter that we never read. Sledgehammer and the diskette. So first, let's check out this letter. Right click doesn't work. Left click? Yeah. Muséum d'Histoire Naturelle. Jardin des Plantes. Plantes? Man, my French is really rusty. Paris. A telephone number. Monsieur Valenbois. Phare de Rocher Noir. Presqu'île de Langravine. From what I understand, Benoit Sokal, he was not French, but he lived in a French-speaking area in Belgium. Anyway, enough of my awful French because it's been too long. Sir! See, he seemed to say. Sir, said Edouard Moulot, the curator of this museum, I guess. Sir, we have thoroughly examined your plans for a new expedition to the Amazon. Amazon, that's the name of the game. They said the name of the game! Just kidding. Imagine I had like flashing lights and everything, but big ol', I don't know. It's stupid. Anytime a game actually mentions its own name, I kind of want to have this like ridiculous celebration, like Pee Wee Herman's secret word of the day. Why do I want to do this to you and to myself? I don't know. Anyway, we have thoroughly examined your plans for a new expedition to the Amazon and regret to inform you that we are unable to follow up your request for a grant. Boo. First, the present economic situation does not permit us to finance such a risky exploration. Second, my colleagues and I are of the opinion that, unfortunately, you still have not abandoned that empirical fallacy which formerly was at the root of the dispute between you and the museum. What's the fallacy they're saying? This venerable institution, which I now have the honor of representing, still recalls that bitter disappointment and mockery in the scientific world in consequence to the findings of your first expedition in 1936. We don't know when this one is. Which at the outset we were weak enough to support. Oh, damn. Like my honorable predecessors did back then, I would like to warn you against the dangers of an undertaking in which adventurous fantasies supplant strict scientific rigor. Edouard Moulot, curator. Your French is almost as bad as mine. Yeah. I speak 11 languages, so that's my excuse. I just don't remember the French pronunciation guide for words, and so some things come up quickly and accurately, and some other things just do not. Okay, let's get our diskette. And how do we... I don't want to put it in the bag. How do we get out of the screen? Right click? Nope. Bag? Nope. Oh yeah, we do. Because now it's our cursor when we hover over the disk drive. Password. I hate you. Ugh. 6 different numbers. I don't remember seeing this. And so I want to escape out of this somehow. I don't want to do a new game. How do I just say leave this area for now? There. We'll look around. We'll find the answer to these questions. I have no controls that move me. I just have to, it's just point and click. I guess my left hand can just chill, do what it's doing. I want answers. Let's go further down this very dank, dark tunnel. What do we have here? Nothing I can interact with, apparently. There's the gears icon, which says we'll have a little mini adventure, but I've got nothing for it. I hate password segments in games. Honestly, yeah. The only time they're good is if when you find the password, the game memorizes it for you. Cyberpunk was great for this. They would tell you a password and you'd be like, oh, should I take out a notepad and write them down? But then you go somewhere where the password or passcode, whatever that it happens to be, it's required. And if you were exposed to it before, your character whips out the knowledge and just digs up the password, memory banks or whatever. It happens. These are the stairs back up. I want the password. We haven't figured it out. Not just yet. So how do we... These are... Oh, gotta look up enough. I had to check every single piece of evidence for the password in Phoenix Red Ace Attorney. Rise from the ashes. Sorry to hear. There are more stairs up. We got the power on here. Oh, let's turn it back on. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Back here again. Can we steal the bike, please? Let's go up. Man, that was a long cutscene. Just to get us part way up the stairs. We're not even all the way up the stairs. It's suddenly very brick and very industrial around here. Interesting. It sucked. It turned out to be just a bunch of sevens. Jeez. Rude. Whose face is that? Hi. Nani. Niani. I have no... I can't read that. 1933? Or is that what those numbers are? Cool. Thanks for showing me your face. And I made a picture out of it. I just want to bake some bread, yo. Oh, there's a person here. Chilling. Also, there's a clock with no hands that's moving. That's interesting. I'm not even going to give context because it's just major spoilers. Probably good. Thank you. All right, let's talk to the person we did not expect to see because I forget in Myst, you really don't meet people. You see recordings of them like in books and they can wake up enough to talk to you with enough pages rendered them. But there's nobody just like hanging out in the room with you until the very end. Hey, friend. Let's chat.
You are the journalist, aren't you?
I guess.
Amazon? Amazon? Too late for me. Too late. It's all over for me. I am no longer in good health, my friend. It's a pity, but what can I do? In any case, Amazon, all that. No one ever believed me, so... After all those years, it's incredible. The egg, it's still alive. Alive, yes. I had planned to take it back over there to Amazon. My expedition was ready, had it all planned out down to the smallest detail. But now, it's all over. I have no strength left. I have no strength left. You must go for me. You must go. Take the egg back. Take the egg of the white birds back to Amazon. I beg you, please.
This is really bad overdubbing. Should we switch it to... Can we do... Oh. Did you, like, pass out? The graphics are so uncanny, it's kind of creepy. They're definitely of an era. Yeah. They are a little bit creepy. Can we... Options? There's no way to change the language. So even though I hate the English voice acting, and I know that this is a game published from Belgium, which probably has great French voice acting, and then they skimped on their budget. when they got American voice actors, they found this guy sounded like he was 25 doing a 80-year-old's voice. And you could just tell, you could smell it. It was really... And then the pacing. The pacing was probably meant for the original French with the animation of the guy's voice. And then they just tried to fit the English script as best as they could. It was not great. And I can't change it. So that's just going to be how we appreciate this world, I guess. Can we save right now? Oh, never mind. Left the screen. This guy has trapped us in a room. How did this happen? Feels like a trap. Oh, suddenly we're back with him again. Hi. That's literally... Oh, wait. Did I not? Wait. Where was I just? Was not up the stairs. Hi, pig. Hi, dear thing. It's a lot to see. Leoco femelle. Leoco male. It's just some bird, male and female species. What about this one? Hello? Oh, we just took it. Interesting. Hi, friend. Caphardus horribilis. He's pretty horrible, if you know what I mean. What about over here? What is this? Cannot click. How dare you? How dare the game decide what I find interesting? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Not much to be had there. That's very missed. It always spins at the same amount of times back to the same place. This, I remember one of these machines in Layers of Fear 2 had one of these slideshow machines. But how do we... Is there a way to manipulate it? That's the lady I saw a picture of. We do seem to really love pictures of this person. Okay, it's just two pictures of the same. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your interest in her. There's a ladder up there and then stairs up there. Let's do the ladder first, shall we? I know it's called ladder. It should be afterwards. Just kidding. That's a little caiman or something. A little crocodile, perhaps. Baby. What do we have here? Wait. It's not what I expected. Weren't there papers there just a minute ago? Oh, maybe we took them. Okay. Can we look somewhere else? Maybe not. Can we interact with this in any way? Can we walk forward a little bit? Literally no. Great. Love this for me. Thanks. Let's do the spiral staircase, shall we? I don't like how there's no music most of the time. I'm so used to having backing sounds. Up. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're at the top. What do you got? What's over here? Looks like some sort of schematics for a... what do you call these? Planes that float on the water when they land? What's the term? It's probably not like boat plane. This looks like it's the German name for it. Hydroflot, perhaps. What about you?
Tenemos que salir esta nación de la miseria. Dentre, mira la persona, mira la libertad.
Understood liberty. Okay. Neat. Thanks. It's the ship again. Thank you. Not what I was looking for. What about the wall here? Do we want to learn some math? I see complex math. Some variables that say you could learn English deeper, or wait, what the hell? My brain's doing the I'm so tired. I'm talking in my dreams again. I think a little bit again. You could sit here and learn complex math, which is probably physics related, especially when you see the two blackboards on top of each other. Yeah. Fuck. I cannot believe I'm starting to do sleep talking again. Does that mean I need to quit stream early tonight? I don't want to. Honestly, I'd rather not. Wait, what is this? We can get in this door? There's nothing else to do here. Yeah, I haven't done a lot of physics and math related stuff together, but I did take one class in calculus based physics, and everything made so much more sense than not studying math and physics at the same time. Like, we were able to derive the formulae for increasing or decreasing a fluid volume in a shape over time, or how shadows expand as the sun sets, or speed, velocity, and acceleration given a certain number of things. But yeah, I definitely had like a I'm sleep talking moment as I was looking at the blackboard just a moment ago, which, fuck, I'm mad. I'm mad that I'm doing sleep talking on stream again. I thought it was over this. Two blackboards is also a feature of math courses. This is decidedly scientific math. I can tell by what I'm seeing on the blackboard. You should quit stream as early as you've left it. Quit stream as early as you've left it. What does that mean? As early as I've left it. Stuart, I think the game saves itself. Oh, it doesn't, actually. Maybe we should save. Oh, can we just save over this? I think we saved. Did we? Yeah, I guess we did. Thanks. This game does require you to actually go in. Yeah, just load this. The one we just literally saved before. It's not really possible to teach physics without math. So I think you could teach, this is how I learned high school physics. We learned mathematical formulae, but we just, the point when it came down to testing or doing it in experimentation, we were just either given the formula or we had to memorize the formula, bring it out on paper, and fill in the variable amounts. So they would give us the right moles for something, the right numbers of chemicals or whatever. You know, it's going to be 2 potassium to 4 chlorine for this particular, you know, whatever. And then we'd have an unknown, like, and then after reaction, this becomes what? And you had to know the formulae to derive the answer for those kind of things. Whereas in college level physics, calculus-based physics, we were creating formulas. We were like, well, we know that, you know, speed is like an integer. It's like an integral of velocity. So let's discover how to move from velocity to speed by doing an integration on this problem. And then we'd figure all this stuff out. And we ended up deriving some of the formulas that back in high school I had to just memorize. So you could do it without math or like with less math, but it's not as satisfying in my opinion. It's like teaching cooking without food. I think it's more like teaching cooking without the science of how food interacts with each other. Like you get an Alton Brown sort of character, and he says, here's the reason why for this particular food, you're gonna put oil in the pan first, and then, but you're also gonna put a teaspoon of butter, and oil and butter are both like a lubricating agent. So why would I use both in this recipe? And then Alton Brown will probably actually explain the reasons why scientifically that you have two emulsifiers and it works for, you know, a different sort of flavor profile or better consistency of cooking or whatever it happens to be. He's going to know that science. Or you could just look it up on recipes, allrecipes.com or whatever. And it says, you know, 1 teaspoon of oil and 1 tablespoon of butter. And you just do what the recipe says and you don't ask why. And you don't learn anything about that. That's what I feel like high school physics versus college physics is. Yeah. Stuart, how are you doing tonight? Let's go through this door and see what's going on. Oh god, that was loud. Let's lower volume a bit. Oh, we're here at the thing. The thing. The top of this building. This really interesting, weird elevator looking thing. Yeah, Troa, that's not a rhetorical question. I'm actually really curious what you meant by your last phrase. I tried to parse it into English, and my brain would not do so. All right, well, I don't see anything specifically for our elevator of metal rings up the side of this. There's the road we took to walk down here, which just like boxed in. The earth tells us we can't explore like we want to. Just open rain. It's just not going to happen. But this is also not primed or something. I don't feel like it's my fault. It's probably somebody else's fault. Why this is the way it is. I just got here. I'm just looking and trying to understand it. It's not my fault. Can we come up here to the side? Look outside the telescope. They're birds, perhaps. Not much to say. What is this game even about? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. We are in an area with nobody else, with one person around, that old dude that you saw. And we're investigating, we're theorizing, we're studying. I should be taking notes or a map or something, and I'm just not. So we're just looking around, trying to understand the reason why we're here in the first place. You quit stream midway tonight because you don't like to start a new game. Oh. Did I last stream? How late did we quit the abduction stream? I think you're right. I think it was like a 3-hour stream instead of the typical 5. Yeah. So now you're in a new game. The opposite should be the standard. Oh, what do you mean the opposite should be the standard? I'm so confused. Quit stream as early as you left it? Do you mean like if I streamed for 3 hours of a 5-hour stream last stream, tonight I should only have to stream for 2 hours? Is that your point? I don't know if I agree with that sentiment. If I continue to sleep talk, one of two things is going to happen. I don't know what that red dot is right there. Can you all see that? It's like one red pixel on the screen. It's definitely not my monitor. It's right there, right above my cursor. Why is there one red dot right there? I can't interact with it. I'm torn between, if I'm sleep talking, it means I'm exhausted because of today's yard work and everything, and I should probably get sleep sooner than later. But also, sleep talking is something that most streamers probably can't do. And so if I push myself and stay up and start to sleep talk more, maybe say something funny or interesting, it's probably just boring shit that comes out of my mouth, to be honest. I'm such a nerd. It's probably just going to be facts. Actually, what happened with the JFK assassination is... I don't know. But if I stay up, then you all get to hear whatever comes out of my mouth while I fall asleep while I'm on stream. Or I shouldn't say fall asleep. My eyes will still be open, and I'll be talking in the mic. It'll sound like I'm actually cogent, but I'm not. It's the target, that red dot. Just nudging toward a longer stream, especially since we only get 2, and those are very late for you. Oh, you're nudging toward longer? Yeah, I probably would agree. I'd want to stay longer. Are you saying I should do the 5-hour stream and then do the 2 hours that I didn't do last stream? I'm guessing, because I think I remember quitting at the 3-hour mark or so. And you all were saying, what if you played this, or what if you popped into this? And I was like, nah, I think I'm just going to quit early. I believe, or I don't really remember, but I seem to feel like 3 hours felt like that was how long I did last stream, and then I just quit before the remaining 2 hours were able to play out. And so tonight I give those back to you in addition to the 5 hours that I would normally be awake. I don't know if I can hang for that long. I don't know if that's possible. Yeah. Know that you need to be good to you. We'll see. Let's, can we spin the wheel some way? I've got a hand icon, but, my dude doesn't seem to be... Let's just use... Let's just use... Oh, wait. I can't bring out my sledgehammer on this. Darn. Thought I could just bust the steering wheel wide open. What are you? I can't read the gauge over there. Maybe it doesn't matter. What are you? Zeros. Oh, no. That one doesn't seem to be doing anything. I thought this was maybe binary at first, but now I don't know what the heck I'm looking at. Okay, so some things can be done with just the left click. Some things you need the right click to do. But I don't know any numbers that are supposed to go there just yet. So we're not equipped for this puzzle, per se. Not yet. Got a hand icon, but the game says so. You have the hand icon, and then what? Where should we go further? All right. Have we opened this one yet? Yeah, we were already in here. Let's go down, 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 down. Is there more down we haven't seen? That's our friend, the Caphardus horribilis. Get me out of this page or the screen, please. Hello? No, no. I didn't want to load this. It's fine. I haven't done anything from up above anyway. I've already seen that. We already talked to this guy. He won't talk to me again. Can't manage the clock. Wait, hello? Oh, wait. Go back. Can we get in here? What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? What is all this stuff? I don't think we've read any of these papers we've picked up since we started picking them up. You have the gist. You're honorable enough to do the things with all of the think. Are you saying I don't know what that means. Do the things with all the think. I try to believe I have honor. I generally act toward other people in what I believe would be an honorific way. And I think the reason I do is so that I will receive in kind. If I act and especially present myself in a certain light, if I use certain words, everybody immediately converts based on the way that I communicate. But I don't know what that means as far as when I should stream until. Okay. Mission in Puebla, April 12th, 1998. 1 year before this game was made. By the guy that became a game developer after being a comic book artist for a duck private investigator. My dear friend, it was with great joy, tinged with disbelief, that I received your letter. There's missing the R. After over 50 years of silence. I wonder if I wrote a letter to people that I haven't talked to in, well, 50, I don't know. I'd have to wait until somebody, I haven't spoken with somebody in 50. But just even now, some people I haven't talked to in a while, maybe 50 years related, relative, same size for a shorter lifespan, because I haven't lived 50 years on this planet to be able to say I can look back 50 years towards somebody. But I'm curious if there's a way to share these stories, removing those folks who are just sort of mentally ill, disabled, disoriented, living their retired life with a brain going burr while they shouldn't feel that way. Sucks. I'll shift it to DMs. Oh, thank you. Maybe that'll help me understand on a deeper level. Okay, 50 years of silence. These two haven't talked. I must admit that I had given up all hopes that our paths would ever cross again. And to be quite truthful, I even thought that you were no longer with us. Oh no. But here I am, alive, I think, as far as I know. For we are too old now, I fear. And deep down inside, the joy of meeting you again is mingled with the fear of seeing you undertake such a risky expedition at your age. So I'm old, apparently. This is an old friend of mine. I have lots of memories, but they can't condone what we're doing right now, which is this expedition into Amazon is Danger Will Robinson for some reason. Let me move this thing over here. We'll come back into the game. My old friend Alexander, I believe that I share your feeling of guiltiness toward this poor country of the Amazon. We have made many mistakes that only our youth may explain. Today, in the twilight of our years, we want to make right our wrongs in order to obtain an earthly redemption from our fellow men and from ourselves, which is quite derisory compared with divine justice. All this is quite human, I admit, but what folly to set off again at your age, though the Amazonian forest and through the Amazonian forest and marshlands. Just makes me think of Amazon, really. You will fail on your way. You'll fail on your way and leave your life over there. What does that mean? Leave your life over there. How to close? We don't have the left or the right to get out of this screen that flip through pages. Hello? Escape does nothing. Okay. One of these buttons is supposed to close what we have opened up here, I believe. Hello. Even right-clicking on things, it's not Oh, there it goes. That was odd. Thank you, I guess. Can we move that? Please. How did I close this last time? It was seemingly so accidental. There's like a word in the beginning text. I just clicked on it and then hoocha, hoocha, hoocha. Yeah, I cannot control getting back out of here again. Escape is not working. Thank you, clock with no hands, for all of your lovely work. You're doing a great job. Maybe. Why do I not know how to just get out of this one letter? Which I entered twice, mind you. I just really like the shortcut key that closes envelopes, closes letters. Give me that key. Or if I am going to be stuck in here, at least let me talk to... Oh, bottom left? That seemed to work. We're going to grab you and just get out of the screen. Not happening. Okay. Oof. Jeez. Super stuck. Oh. No, Troy, you make a good point. As tired as I am, I want to stick with it. Because even if honestly, even if I'm talking in the middle of my streams, in my sleep, in a dream state, because I've worked myself too hard during the course of the day, or I'm just not able to hang because of whatever happened in the day, I should hang. One, for your benefit, and two, because it could be interesting. If I start to lose consciousness, but I'm still able to like keep my eyes open and talk while streaming, what would come out of my mouth? That would be interesting. No, you're not caustic. I agree with you. I'm of the same mindset. We don't have a phone number, and we don't seem to be able to do anything with this anyway. We don't have anything for you just yet. I didn't realize there was so much more in your room that I hadn't messed with yet. I want to look at what's beneath there, but you won't let me. Also, everything that's here in this sort of kitchen-y space is new to me, but it also does not feel interactive. Almost any part of it. We can come over this way. But why? Why would we stick ourselves in the corner? This is how we came up in the first place. Was up those stairs. I guess we can keep going downstairs to see what's going on. But we'll spend some time here. Because we haven't made sure that we saw everything. We've seen all of our animal friends. Studies here. I haven't made sure to really look. Really know that our pig friend and our moose friend are okay. Is that a moose or a deer? I wonder. All right. This game is so devoid of any soundtrack. It's really, it feels so empty, so vapid, so What do I do with myself while not hearing enough audio input? They say that they wrote the Metroid soundtrack in order to make you feel alone and isolated. But I feel like most people who've played the Metroid games, because a lot of the newer Metroids are using the old Metroids so what's the word, like emotional feel or emotional vibe. And so the music, even when it's kind of cool, hip, has more presence, it's still meant to make you feel isolated and like there's something wrong or off per your experience being on all of these foreign planets with hostile creatures while you're just trying to save your favorite baby Metroids and other animals. There are a lot of different puzzles here. Each one asking for different numbers and stuff that I don't think we've discovered per se. And is not part of the three oh. When I open this, does this, can I save? Actually, just save over what I just did. That's awkward. To save and not have any UI indication that you did save. That part's a little off. I like knowing that when I hit save, it actually did it. Who's messaging me what? Okay. I feel like where we're at is we found a few puzzles. They require some numbers. And we just haven't discovered those numbers yet to include in the puzzles. We also haven't explored all of this world just yet. Just this one building. I love that picture of Oz. Wait, what picture? What? Okay, we're back here. We saw the basement, but we haven't explored a whole heck of a lot beyond this. Can we go out and about? See more? I feel like the fact that you can come out here and really walk the grounds, maybe. Okay, what did we... We did originally want to look through this for some reason. Hi, birds. Where did they go and why? Also, we used to be able to see further to the right, I guess. Maybe not. Background on your PC, light as a feather, stiff as a board. The background on my PC is not Oz. It's another model with a photographer. Just an interesting piece that I found. Okay, so that's as far back as we can walk. We cannot go into the forest. There aren't secrets or hidden things back there. This is actually very reductionist of a level. It's only the one building here. Then. But why and how? There's so many numerical and otherwise puzzles that I don't feel like we've actually found the clues, the legend to. So that part's rough. Oh, thank you for the clarity. Oh, yeah. I used to know who took that picture and the details on their work there, but now I do not. All right, we're back here again. I feel like we need to do something in the basement first, or again, now that we've explored the rest of the property. Because there's some serious electrical work that leads down here, which means there's something important. And I'm trying to play this like a Myst game and actually stopping and pausing and look at the sides. Is there something in the walls or in the shadows? Do we find a pressable brick anywhere? Yeah, I don't know. I forget if there's a way to actually interact with this operating system to learn new stuff. Probably not using the hammer. Can we use the disk instead? All right, password. 8, 9, 6, 2, 1, 2. I have no idea. Is that mastermind down there? Wrong code. Does this tell us what parts are right? Or nah, just says wrong code. If it was like the game Mastermind, I wouldn't have as much of an issue with this. Oh, we haven't finished reading these, have we? We did read through this one. Okay. Amazon, Office of the President of the Republic Presidential Palace. It's like a weird raptor bird face, like a vulture in the Amazon cover. Monsieur Valenbois, Phare de Roger Noir, Presqu'île de Longrevant, France. Alva Rhizopoulos, September 7th, 1998. Dear Sir, I convey to you the heartiest greetings of President Alvarez, who is ill and cannot personally reply to your letter. Of course he can. Of course. Naturally, it is with heartfelt emotions that he remembers the adventures you both shared during the 30s upon his return to this country. During the 30s? Are we just all old people now? You will understand, however, that the laws of our country have to be the same for everyone, I guess. And the bonds of friendship that you might have had with our supreme guide do not entitle you to preferential treatment. I therefore regret to inform you that I cannot process your application for a visa for Amazon. It is our desire that our country cease to be a land of scientific expeditions that might lend some credence in whatever form to the existence of those white birds. Huh? Is that everything we're here for? I haven't seen white birds in a minute. They go to the beach and then go far to the north on their migratory paths, and I know nothing about them, and therefore we must study them. Is that what my character is? I'm just curious what's going on there. But this person who's speaking for the president is like, people like that, people that deep dive into that kind of information, who cares? We're going to stop doing all that. This Indian mythology, like all others similar to it, for that matter, contributes towards maintaining our native fellow citizens in a mindset that is incompatible with the forced marches that our country has undertaken towards progress and modernity. It's fine. Take some citizens that are interested in that and do that thing. Let me and my cohorts in our weird occult science sphere study white birds. We trust that you will understand our position and thank you. Yeah. No, thank you. Colonel Garciello, attached to the office of the president. Okay. Okay. This one. Do we have multiple pages? Or is it just an 8 stack that we've got and we got to throw away things eventually? My dear friend, I'm an old man in the twilight of his years. I know not that I will... Oh, sorry. I know now... I now know... Wow, I can read. I now know that I will never have the strength to set off again to the Amazon. My only remaining hope resides in convincing you to go in my stead to make amends for the wrong I have done to that country over 50 years ago. What did you do? Oh, it's on. It's on. I'm not your friend. It was in 1929 at the university where I finished my studies in natural sciences that I first heard of the Amazon. I befriended a young law student from that country. His name was Antonio Alvarez, and he was later to become the despotic leader that we now know today. Bruh, why must you? Really? We do have a villain after all. Holy book, Batman. This game loves to make you read. I could think of worse things. This is, honestly, I don't know how well, if you were here for the Myst 1 stream, but Myst 1, it takes a relatively short amount of time to find the library there. And then you have books upon books upon books you can sit and read through. They all end up ending abruptly because they've been damaged and lost in time, but sometimes they do give you some deep information that you end up either using or just enriching your experience when you get to the other lands of Myst or whatever. But this, we're just alone. There's that one person that had a very short dialogue with us that just seemed scared because he's old. You know how scared old people are. But yeah, a game that makes a voice actor read things using my voice. I can think of worse things. You should feel right at home. I would just like sitting and reading text. It's true. It does make me feel right at home. Anyways, Antonio Alvarez, despot apparently. But at that time, he was just a young law student full of ideals. He spoke with such communicative fervor about his wild and unknown country. Interesting. That soon I had just one idea on my mind: to set off for the Amazon to explore those vast, intact regions and meet those strange Indians. Interesting. And discover the incredible exotic plants and animals. That says something that we did not know anything about in regards to this zone. But here we are. In the spring of 1932, those gentlemen from the museum officially sent me on a discovery expedition to the Amazon to make an initial inventory of its fauna and flora. Despite my young age and inexperience, I gained their confidence and some funds, for until that day, no renowned explorer had ever been that brave or thoughtless to venture into those vast, unviolated regions. Must you say unviolated? All of the ghosts and fledglings in my chat, I'm sure you think as dirty as I do when we see words like that. Now it's hard to think of them as talking around a bunch of plants in a garden. Antonio Alvarez suggested going with me as my guide and interpreter until we got to the last steps of civilization in his country. I accepted his offer with an open heart. Wow. Led by the man, the despot. A second companion was to join me, the Reverend Father David Makowski. Is that an Amazonian name? A young missionary from La Compagnie de Jesus, who shared my fascination for the Amazon and was burning with desire to evangelize the inhabitants of those regions forgotten by the Creator. If your Creator forgets, is he really omnipotent? I hate that. It's an awkward phrase to say at the end of a paragraph. We set off, therefore, one morning in June 1932 on board the Hydrofloat, a revolutionary invention of mine which, according to my plans, was designed to meet all the needs of a modern scientific exploration. I had spent a good part of the museum funds as well as a meager family inheritance to build it. Unfortunately, this first prototype has several imperfections. That makes me feel awkward. The mechanics failed us on the way, and it was only by a miracle that we set foot on the shores of the Amazon. That's it. At one point, the mechanics failed you. You stepped in and fixed it. Everyone was like, oh, yeah. You can fix the day. Anyway, for some reason, I'm definitely talking in my sleep. That feels like I'm talking because I didn't see that in the actual text. That you didn't fix it. Just a miracle that somebody fixed it. For some weeks, all three of us traveled to Puebla, a fort village, upstream the delta on the river Amazon. Now I feel like Amazon is not just weird code for America. It's also weird code for Amazon, the Amazon River. It was there in the mouth of an old drunken and erudite Indian that I first heard of the great white birds. I was greatly fascinated by what he told me, and the following day, ignoring the warnings of my companions and driven by the demons of proud scientific discovery, I set off towards the unknown with the old Indian as my guide. Why does this feel like Green Hell? I feel like we're playing Green Hell, but single player. Okay, how do we back out of here? Thank you. Oh, there's more. Oh my God, there's so much more. There's so much more. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We can do this. We can do this. They were a proud people, deprived of that fearful deference that the explorer usually finds in those primitive people who have never seen a white man. I remained bedridden for a few days, and a young Indian girl patiently lavished on me the care that was necessary for my recovery. 3 times a day, her supple silhouette would stand out against the light of my hut door. Bruh. She would kneel down beside my mat, gently raise my head to give me strange medicine to drink. She would then pierce my feverish eyes with her big, dark look, and then suddenly laugh like a child, her long brown hair sweeping my face like the caress of a light wind. My strength returned rapidly, but my nurse did not give up the care that she had grown accustomed to lavish on me. To tell the truth, we never left each other after that. Her name was Yakumani. I'm guessing I said that right. I loved her, and she loved me, and the months that followed were the most beautiful of my long life. We spent long hours bathing and fishing under the river falls, and when the heat of the day was at its height, we would slide into the intimate, thick foliage of the riverbank away from the mocking glances of the rest of the tribe that gave favorable consideration to our relationship. They gave favorable consideration, but they're mocking glances. Am I so tired I can't parse that right? Or is that weird verbiage? They were running away from the mocking glances of the rest of the tribe by hiding in the foliage to do, adult stuff. Parcheesi. Twiddly wings. But then it says the tribe that gave favorable consideration to our relationship. Favorable is in like large amounts of consideration. But it was mocking. It's questionable. The museum, my work, all that was quite far from my mind, I admit. And in the arms of Yakumani, the only existence I could imagine from then on was the simple and natural life of the Indians of the Amazon. I mean, the Amazon. Yet a strange event would put an end to the sweet bliss in which we were plunged. One morning while we were still sleeping, a young Indian boy that I did not know arrived in the village. He was welcomed with cries of joy and great display of affection. Yakumani signed me to get up and to signed me to get up and to watch what was happening through the branch walls of our hut. The young boy, I recall, had a very serious look on his face. He was carrying a big canvas bag fastened to his shoulder with leather straps. Walled in by a sort of hedge of honor formed by the entire tribe, he solemnly made his way toward the village priest and lay his heavy load at the latter's feet. The venerable old man untied the straps and removed an enormous egg. It's omelet time, bitches, hell yeah. The entire village was overcome by a deafening silence that was hardly broken by the chirping of birds. Without saying a word, the priest introduced into the top part of the egg a long hollow stem that ended with a funnel-like shape. This is weird. Also, some of the word choices got me double taking on the whole sentence. With this device, he inserted a mysterious liquid inside the egg, and after a while, he withdrew the stem. Crazy. White wisps of smoke were now coming out of the opening in the shell. The old man then proceeded to close the gap with a kind of white clay. Then, placing one hand on the side of the egg and raising the other toward the sky, he addressed the young boy with the following words. Volaho, ovo, volaho. Fly, egg, fly? Ovo is definitely egg. The egg was then placed inside the canvas bag, and after having had some rest and something to eat, the Indian boy and his mysterious load, if you know what I mean, sorry, degeneracy, set off again towards the marshlands that stretch upstream the falls. I was tremendously intrigued, you may well imagine, by the ceremony that had taken place. We are dealing with a Belgian to English translation, so it's fine. Taking place right under my eyes, and I questioned my young companion without respite about the meaning of all this. At first, she was very reluctant to answer my questions, but she eventually, no doubt, weary of my insistence, she pointed to the totem sitting imposingly over the village. At the end of the mast, there were some big wooden birds with open wings that seemed to glide over the village. Ovo volaho ovo, she simply said. The white birds. The fever of my illness compounded to that of love. Compounded to that of love. This is a slog to read, my friends. Had eclipsed my faculties of scientific observation. Even my illness compounded to that of love. How to eclipse my faculties of scientific I don't know the parts of the sentence. But then and there, I suddenly came to myself. These Indians were the descendants of the legendary Ovovolaho tribe. And what I had just seen in the hands of the priest was the egg of the white birds. I was like a madman. I gathered all my luggage and waited until night to sneak away from my hosts. I wanted the egg, the proof that the white birds really do exist. I'm also noting like double spacing between words and stuff like that. Some stuff is just like not being formatted properly. Interesting. I wanted that egg more than anything else in the world, to take it back to Europe, to see it exhibited in the main hall of the museum, to obtain a chair at the university. All the demons of ambition had irremediably besieged my mind once more. Naturally, leaving Yekomani behind broke my heart. Why, jerk? When we bid farewell, by the look on her face, I sensed how greatly confused she was. So why are you doing it? For a young Indian boy, going off in search of the egg of the white birds was a sort of perilous rite of initiation which, if he passed, would enable him to enter into adulthood and, if the case arises, marry the one he loves. Yekomani thought it was for her that I was about to undertake that perilous journey toward the sanctuary of the white birds, and that I would bring back the sacred egg for her. We loved each other all night, and at dawn, I set off, never to see her again. Damn. Why you gotta do this? Why you gotta do her like that? It would take me too long to tell you about the long journey towards the white birds. Suffice it to say that the adventurer who attempts it should have remarkable physical and moral courage, and that Should you lack moral strength, why that one? You still have time to backtrack and try, if possible, to forget about the Amazon. If you lack moral strength, you could try to forget it, because this is your best path, perhaps. But believe me, my friend, up there among the clouds, on top of the sacred volcanoes of the Amazon, in the burning flames of the craters glide continually the most majestic and noble of all living things, all living beings that I have ever known in my long life. Not based on just the short conversation you've had about, oh, I don't know. I'm interested in learning, I guess, about that. What's going on with them? Why are they so majestic and noble? And I, Alexander Valenbois, I've committed an abominable act of treachery. Oh no, here we go. I stole their only egg and took it back to Europe. How dare you? Only to appease a despicable personal ambition. I have put in danger the very existence of a truly exceptional living species, and I betrayed the trust of a young Indian girl who I now know was the only love of my life. That hurts. That sucks. I returned to Paris in the autumn of 1934. At the museum, no one believed my stories about the white birds. Yeah, how do you find that out? How do they fact check you? Museums got to have some sort of system, right? They declared that the egg I took back was, without a doubt, a big ostrich egg, and that I was only a fake unworthy of their trust. I probably deserve that. That's fine. We'll figure something out. I became the laughingstock of the scientific community, and my career was irreparably broken. Oh, maybe we won't figure this out. What am I supposed to do with myself now? After the war, I obtained with great difficulty the post of a natural history teacher in a modest high school. People no longer talk about the Amazon, which, under the dictatorship of Antonio, should say, the typos. There aren't a lot, but they do stand out. Antonio Alvarez, my friend, bloop, who's changed a great deal, has isolated itself from the rest of the world. Even I, myself, tried to forget about that country forever, but I could not. The white birds continued to soar over my head, and Yakumani's laughter still resounds in the course of my dreams. Rough. I felt that. I have felt that, honestly. It has been 10 years now since the museum has sorted out its dusty collection and, on that occasion, sent me the egg of the white birds. It miraculously remained intact, not having suffered from the ravages of time, driven by an inexplicable impulsion. I sounded it with a stethoscope. Almost fell over backwards. Just certain parts of this are so hard to parse, especially for somebody tired. My eyes are struggling. Stay open. But here we are. Sounded it with a stethoscope. Sounding as a verb, as a transitive verb, has a very different. It is just a stethoscope. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways, in the stethoscope, they heard slow, continuous heartbeats. The egg was alive. Since that day, I have had only one thing on my mind: make right the wrong I have done and take the egg back over there to the Amazon, to the summit of the volcano, where it should have never left. In the meantime, I have to put it in a safe place where it will have fresh, constant temperature that is propitious to its lethargy. That's a word I don't know. Propitious? Is that how you say it? What does that word mean? I can guess, but I'd rather not have to guess. Right the wrong of the mysterious egg. Yeah, pretty much. That's what we're doing. Oh no. Wait. What happened? Okay, here we go. We're back on the right page. Today, everything is in place. I've developed a new hydrofloat that is specifically designed for an expedition into the heart of the Amazon. I have carried out all the necessary checks and calculations and have corrected all the imperfections. But, as I've already told you, I am now an old man, and I no longer have the strength to undertake such a journey. I don't feel like the last couple... that's fine. You say you're old and you can't do it, that's fine. Just do the thing. It's up to you, you who seem to be interested in this country. It is you that I am asking to take my place. Go to the Amazon and take back the egg. Again, really? I beg you. Good luck and may God protect you, my friend. Alexander Valenbois. And a nice seal in the corner for Shiggles. Boop. Boop. No. They are not interactive with the rest of the world while they are in seal form. Whomever, whatever spirit I'm trying to conjure here. Oh, good. We're done. How do I get out of this? That's how I advance. Oh, there it is. Bottom left corner seems to do the trick. Do we really have no new anything to be able to read? That's new, right? Alexander Valenbois, born on 2028, 0604, early June of 2028, in Paris. Doctor in zoology, degree in tropical biology. Journey to the Amazon was 32 to 34. Wow. Almost 100 years prior. Diverse notes and observations for explorers. Preparations for the journey. Puebla, the Amazon River, the Provolaho tribe, and that's not where I wanted to go. Wait. Go back. The marshlands and volcanoes. Huh. Sounds cool. Can we go there eventually? The Amazon goose. Hi, friend. The Amazon goose owes its name to the fact that its annual migration leads it to the delta of the Amazon River, where it settles down for the winter. The simplest way to reach the shores of the Amazon would be to follow the same route of these birds. Were not the constraints of refueling to be taken into account. That sentence did make sense. It just had to power through it to make it make sense. Yeah, well, especially right now, refueling is a bitch, so I don't blame you. 19th of October, 1932, David and Antonio watch the geese fly off toward the Amazon. Okay, bye, guys. Have fun. Have so much fun. 22nd of October, 1932, 7 hours, 53 minutes at last. We are off. We follow a small flock of geese. The hydrofloat is performing beautifully. I am very proud of my invention, and I am eager to test its sundry capabilities. Oh, okay. Sundry. Good stuff. Lots of birds from that pole exercise on the side there. Is that what we're saying? Behind chat, for those of you watching landscape, I'm sorry. Shrapnel? Is that what that's supposed to say? Start. Disc goes here. And I don't know what that's supposed to be. 22nd of February, 1933. I glimpsed a native village in the distance. I hesitate to establish contact with these Indians. I think that it is their approaching presence that made my guide run away. Oh no. 23rd of February, 1933. A strong fever has been racking me since the middle of the night. I'm too weak to get up My senses are progressively deteriorating. Music to her ears, perhaps? Depends on how manipulative she is. 28th of March, 1933, the positive development of my illness now permits me to resume the course of this logbook. The inhabitants of a strange village, who are apparently devoted to a form of worship that still escapes me, have taken me in. They are peaceful Indians who survive on hunting, gathering, and on honey. Love that. Which they consume in great quantities, that they eat a lot. They consume in great quantities and they eat a lot at the same time. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not my story. I don't care whose story is it. It is. If it's not mine and it's poorly told, that's okay. 15th of April, 1933. I must admit that I am quite proud to have brought these Indians a few rudiments of civilization. I have made them understand that waterfalls can be a great source of energy. It's missing the of. And that the laws of mechanics and physics can tremendously improve their lives. Yeah, show them how. With their help, I have developed various pieces of machinery that will free them from their daily constraints. How about laundry? Just one AI. I don't care which one. I'll close my eyes. One, because it feels good, because my eyes are breaking. If one AI company said, we're going to take a pause on you asking questions through text only, and we give you an answer, but we can also send a robotic portion of us with the AI in the brain, and we're going to actually do your laundry for you. So you never have to touch dirty clothes. You just get them into the right place. You bring the hamper over, and then AI takes care of the rest. Why don't we have that? Clearly, AI is villainous, awful, a bad look for humanity to use. And it's provable when you see how few of our worst problems, like regular annual lawn care, cutting back, I don't know, there's so many different ways in which I wish AI would just take over and give me more time to do what I want to do. Stephen King had a story about that, the Mangler. Oh my. I don't know that one. Okay, with their help, free them from the daily constraints. You think you're so helpful. Indian village, the Ovovolaho tribe mechanism with counterweights to climb the falls. Cool, neat. Oh, it's a short story, gotcha. In one of his short story books from the 70s, the one that got made into a movie. The Strangler? Mangler? I don't know where it was. The Mangler got made into a movie. It's not something I remember. But is there more? There is. Mechanism to climb falls. At the controls at dawn. It's weird. Why? More dawn. Filling the boat with counterweight. Okay. Hauling toward the marsh. Sounds good. Moving toward the marsh. Okay. Night shift. Oh. Is it the story of the Mangler, but it was called something different? I never saw the night shift or whatever. Is that someday in June? My brain wants to say first, but it doesn't look at first. Something in June 1933. This morning, I attended a strange ceremony that reassured me that the legendary white birds really do exist. The egg brought from the mountain by a young Indian boy and strangely manipulated by the village sorcerer is gigantic and, to my knowledge, does not belong to any known animal species. Egg of the white bird. Avis alba. So everybody holds it up to interact with it, and it's like, we don't know what this is. Not any bird or other creature that we know. Hello, lots and lots and lots of plants. I hope I don't have to remember all your names, but we can at least take a. That's not gonna work, is it? Tried to take a screenshot. This game will not let me do that. Never mind. According to my Indian friends, it is the egg of white birds. It would appear that their priest practices a sort of therapy on the embryo in order to cure it from a severe physiological attraction caused by the noxious fumes emanating from the volcanoes to which these birds are bound. Without this human intervention, these mythical birds would probably have ceased to exist a long time ago. Oh. So humans going around and allowing some cross-pollination to make these plants happen. That's how this all works out. Manka, Matiti, Poto, Kochi, or Kochi. It's hard to read this handwriting. Gata, Bowls, Chico. Sure, why not? Zula, Yangala. The book of herbal remedies I sent you? Yeah. Mine looks more like this and has the plants pressed in. Oh, good stuff. I like that. My goodness, would you look at this? Interesting creature. Judging from the primitive painting that I was able to see, village, a young Ovovolaho Indian boy must go through a fearsome initial rite in order to enter into adulthood. The teenage boy must set off alone toward the volcanoes in the Amazon, seize the egg off a white bird. You're looking, seize the egg off a nest, right? And then take it back to the village. As soon as the priest has finished the sacred ceremony, the young man has to take the egg back to where... Man, why can't I read this? As soon as the priest has finished the sacred ceremony, the young man has to take the egg back to where he found it so that it may hatch under good conditions. That's just if you're going to do a sustainable tribal community that's in unity with nature. Of course, it's catch and release. Sounds right to me. 2nd of June, 1933. I took leave of my hosts at dawn. Thanks to the mechanism that I have devised to climb the falls, I succeeded in taking my boat up the falls, and then, with a complementary system, beat the torrential current, and in so doing, I reached the place where the river settles down and loses itself in the marshes. Interesting. The marshlands are to the sacred Indians. It is the burial ground of their ancestors. Yeah, I think the game is why I feel like I'm getting tired, because it's like the way it's written. I'm like, nah, I didn't read that right. I did read that right. One necessarily has to go through them to get to the volcanoes. It's a dangerous place, and going through it is a terrible ordeal. My goodness. Right, Jam? You're all reading the same stuff I am on screen. The web-footed giraffe is, and just completely segued, by the way, always has been domesticated by the Indians. The Indians mount them through the marshlands. The ones that have remained in the wild are very timid. The web-footed giraffe. Myst was definitely better written. Here's the thing, though. This was originally written in French. It's written by a Belgian person. Great writer, prolific in comic books, and then also added game developer to, you know, the macaroni that he put on his hat. And this is his first like really well-known game as far as I know. I don't think it might be his first game period. And he was with the studio, but we'll see how it does. How it do. This is hard. Thank you. It's not just me. I'm tired already. But on top of that, it's like, oh, that was a typo. Oh, there's a added or deleted space here, and that's word is spelled wrong, or it's truncated off. Yeah, it's awful. It is lost in translation. So the web-footed giraffe has been domesticated by the Indians pretty much always. The Indian mount them through the marshlands. The ones that have remained in the wild are very timid. What do the wild ones look like? What is all this? Why do you look like Toothless, but from Wish.com? 15th of June, 1933. Takeoff Temple. Degenerate Whitebird. This is a... Oh... It's a blackbird, whitebird. I get it. That makes sense to me. Yeah. Unlike his noble cousins, the blackbird ventures rather far from the volcanoes. Chain of volcanoes seen from the temple. Oh, okay. Is that... Oh, there's so much more. 18th of June, 1933. Here I am, finally, after several months of adventure, at the end of my journey. Until now, I've seen only those confounded little blackbirds. And I've been able to observe that they lay eggs that are similar in every respect to the one I saw in the Ovovolaho. That's just going to be a pain to read every time. Ovovolaho village. These birds are very prolific. I have counted up to 10 birds hatching from the same egg. Bro, what the heck? On the other hand, their existence is precarious. They fly badly and generally display a salient degeneration, which would seem to confirm the expertise of the Ovovolaho priests in embryonic surgery. I saw them this morning. They were there right before me. They glided over the crater for a long while, and then imperceptibly, with the heat of the day, they flew higher until they weren't around, or until they weren't around noon, but a speck in the sky. That feels like I understand it even less when I do the reading of it, supposedly. Avis Alba. This is a journey to the Amazon. Okay, that's everything, right? That's all we needed to read. Hello? Why is this game so vapid of sound? I don't love it. All right, password. What does this mean, this down here? This thing looks like it means something. But how could it? It's only four keys long. Yeah. Not sure how to do this. Can we look down at the keyboard? That was such a lore dump. Okay. This leads there. Let's go down. Hello? Do we not have what you take? Or do we? Because you take a sledgehammer. Newbie! How's it going? Welcome on in. I am I'm passing out, but I want to stay awake and stream as long as possible. But this also might mean that like next week, if I come back, when I come back to this game, there's no way I'm beating this tonight because there's so much lore, there's so much reading, and there's so many puzzles I haven't figured out where the legend is to the puzzle in the first place. It's gonna be funny, like next week looking back on the stream and saying like how poorly I did staying awake. I've been sleep talking already, for sure. Boa madrugada, povo. What does it mean? Oh, every time I leave the game to try to find something out, I lose the game. I cannot alt tab out to go check things. Oh dear. I mean, so far it's been okay. I don't think I've said anything that was like super embarrassing. It's mostly just non sequitur stuff. Like I'll talk about things that didn't actually happen in the game because I'm dreaming that they happened, but it's not actually a part of the game. That's what I've been doing so far. I think every time I've slept talked in the last couple months, and I've only done this as far as I can perceive, or as far as I know that it's happening out of my own mouth, and then I'm cognizant of it afterwards. I've never slept talked before 2026. And it's only because I've been pressing myself, working for myself, while also helping Oz with a number of house renovations things that are high priority to her. So we fit them in. Raising the kids and doing their whole school schedule and all of that, and then finding time for me in that. Yeah, I don't know. I'd rather just be perpetually exhausted, I guess, or at least for now. We'll try to get out of that. The scheduling that we've been doing, where we're definitely overbooking in absolutely every which way these days. Soon. Good early morning, people. I guess it's morning here, technically. Oh, that's the translation. Thank you. How about basics? Mon cœur se recommande vous. My dog recommended you. What is that? No fala francés, desculpa mesmo. Means, yeah, they don't speak French, and apologies. Yeah. I can kind of understand you guys, even when I'm halfway. Oh, should we grab the... We do. We have the sledgehammer in hand. Use it. Let's break this sledgehammer. Okay, that's obviously not the answer. How about the diskette? Also not the answer. Okay, so there's no controls that we can actually access. There's a gear icon, but we can't get closer to the door to do anything with it. So that might be what we can do for now. I like how we were able to stop at all the shadowy parts. And we don't stand under the light. It makes me happy. Sometimes there's too much light in games. It's too bright. It's dark in my room. Don't flashbang me. And call it part of the game. I wish you could walk around the outside of these railings. I feel like there should be something hiding behind some of these posts, and I tried, but no such luck. I was streaming Animal Crossing, and I was so sleepy, I ended up calling the villagers my friends' names. Oh, that's kind of sweet, honestly. I guess it's not just me. It's been a weekend. It's been a busy, very draining of resources weekend. So, yeah, I don't blame you. I've also reduced all of my streaming to just 2 days a week. So I feel like if I'm too tired to perform well, it shouldn't matter. I should just stick with it and do what I can do. Stay up, make mistakes. If I talk in my sleep, maybe it's funny. Maybe it's okay. I don't have any phone numbers in here, do I? We already read all this. Dang, this is long. We read all this? Did we read all this? I think we read all this. Did we read this? Or am I losing my mind? I don't feel like we read through all of that. We read all of this, right? David Mikowski. Did we? I have a feeling like I'm not retaining what I'm supposed to. We did read through all of this. I remember getting to this for sure. And then trying to find a way out. But this feels new, doesn't it? Like we read some of this. Alexander Van because there's a journey to the Amazon. Diverse notes and observations. I feel like we read some of this and then we accidentally backed out of it early. The geese fly off toward the Amazon. Follow a small flock of geese. No, we read through that. Shipwreck Island. This is where I don't remember reading past this. Large number of sperm whales have settled here. I fear that we might have hit one of them on approaching the channel that leads to the atoll. Tell me I didn't actually read this because I don't remember that part. This atoll bears its name well. It seems to be the meeting place of all those who pace and explore the planet. Unfortunately for many of them, this is where the adventure stops for lack of transport. This is a necessary step. We need petrol for the hydrofloat. The sperm whale we had hit has caused serious damage to our hydrofloat. I'm afraid that if Providence does not come to our succor, our adventure will end right here on this wretched island. 1st of November, I've lost all hope of repairing the hydrofloat. Let's pause and let the people from the cheap seats catch up to us. Yeah. I will take a quick resetting break, and maybe it'll help me wake up a skosh so we can keep playing at a higher level than I have been, where I've been sort of passing out at keys. BRBZ. Tetras? Tetras are your favorite type of fish? Oh, that's cute. I like tetras. Jam says, happy Enshrouded Tuesday. Is today Tuesday for you? Wait. Where are we at on the date line?
They have...
It can only be Wednesday or Thursday for you, can't it? Well, I'd like to thank you all for... Yes!
I saw you coming and I was like, what is that?
What a wonderful way to end it all. Look at all those umbilical cords. All at once. How glorious. Welcome. I didn't even put on clothes. I just, we're robing it tonight. Robe is clothes, so I'm clothed, but with robe. And I encourage you to do the same. Be comfy tonight. Comf it up.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Welcome. Wow. I am so in the stratosphere today.
Face your fears. Gain 2 temporary health whenever you kill a ridden within 2 meters. Oh.
It's a good one for meleeers.
I'm going melee mom.
Yeah. Momlay. Forget I said that. Falling ideas out here.
Touched my guitar, now my hand is sticky.
What were you doing with your...
Why is your guitar sticky?
I thought it was a dream. I didn't know it. I only do that in dreams. I don't know what happened.
Did I go New York? I'm a New Yorker, Uwu.
Remind me to have Gray do both his jersey and Uwu.
Yeah. Free first aid. If anybody wants it. Just behind this big tall boy. Uwu.
I see no tall boy.
Oh, wide boy, Uwu. If you see a wide boy at the side of the road. I don't know what you do to him. I just wonder if you do. What might happen? It will. Oh, jeez. Stupid long lob.
Oh no.
Nuts got me.
What? You heard what he said.
Long lob nuts.
Sure. Okay.
I don't think I've seen the long lob nuts clip before. That was a good one. Hi, I'm back. We're back and I don't know how much more awake I became by taking a short break, but we're doing it anyway. I'm back. And I think I'm reading text that I didn't read before. If I have read this before, I'm so sorry. It's a first time for my brain, even if it's the second time reading it. 25th of October, the sperm whale we had hit has caused serious damage. I'm afraid that Providence does not come. Oh, we have read this part. I remember this part. Lost all hope of repairing the hydrofloat. Oh, we have read that part. This part looks different, though. We're in very poor spirits. We're indeed prisoners on this ill-fated atoll. No, we've read that too. Praise be to God, a Peruvian whaler has agreed to take us to the Amazon. That part I don't remember reading. Maybe we only read the top, and then what? Did we accidentally escape out of here? What happened there? And then I don't remember this. This is where I realized, like, oh, I think maybe we closed the book early and didn't finish it for some reason. 25th of December 1932, we set foot on the shores of the Amazon. As far as the eye can see, the delta of the Amazon River. It's just basically Amazon, right? Puebla, the village is built on an old fort that was formerly used as a trading post by the conquistadors. The only means of transport is an old railway line. Are we going to see all this kind of stuff? I wonder. This village is a flourishing marketplace for all the population of the region. This all seems new. Or at least long forgotten anyways. The Amazon Vulture, Puebla, December 1932. Cafartus or Bilis. Very common throughout the village of Puebla. The natives are very fond of it. They say it has soothing virtues. When you eat them, or why do they soothe? What's going on? I wonder. Puebla, 1st of January 1933. Last night, a man told me about some strange white birds. He has agreed to guide up the river. Guide up the river? He is of mixed blood and lives in the jungle, 10 days from Puebla by canoe. A shabby hut on the riverbank. Farewell to Mikowski and Alvarez. Bye, guys. There's a bat. Looks awesome. Long nose. Alligator toucan. Weird. Luis Angel, my guide. Hi, friend. Those are ticks. They look just like, oh, poop. They look like beetles. Run-of-the-mill sort, honestly. Even though they're a little bit iridescent, what beetles aren't. Please find that page again. Give me the beetle page. There it is. Yeah, they don't look like ticks. I see what you mean. Some of the bodies are kind of roundy. But they definitely look more like beetles to me. Maybe different types of scarab cousins of some sort. And these all feel like variants of the same genus. If not the same species, just with like weird variant colors and stuff. Don't know. I'm curious about the soothing virtues part. What the heck that means. 11th of January 1933. The surroundings of my guide's humble dwelling place are, from a zoological viewpoint, very rich. Interesting. Suckerer? That can't be what that says up there. Oh, it's cut off on stream. I hate that. Weird, long-nosed proboscis, demigorgon nose creatures. On the banks of the Amazon River, 12th of January 1933. Porcopotamus. Aww. So cute. The tricorn buffalo. Oh, it's got a little, like, extra third horn there. Skittish animal and apparently stupid. Oh. Well. Whoops. Yeah. Oh, okay. Rhinopotamus. Really? How many different hippo creatures are there out there? This animal seems to be bound to the meanders of the Amazon River. The natives hunt it as they do the porcopotamus, with which it must not be confused. The Amazon River branches off into several small tributaries. The current is very strong, and only the solid experience of my guide enables us to progress without mishap. Pecosar. Well, that's a weird creature to exist in today's day and age, but here it is. A strange fish-eating lizard. Its habits are truly remarkable. It's long nasal. Dons a long nasal appendix that ends in a kind of claw that it uses to fish after hooking an insect larva to it. Weird. That's pretty weird. That's one strange creature. 17th of February 1933, we set up camp in one of the many inlets that stretch along the river. Hi, Snake. 18th, my guide deserted me during the night, you bastard. 19th, I have reached the falls of the Amazon. Ha, you can't stop me. I'm gonna find my way anyways, making my way downtown. Okay, 22nd, I glimpsed a native village in the distance. I hesitate to establish contact with these Indians. I think it is their approaching presence that made my guide run away. Strange fever has been racking me since the middle of the night. This is the 23rd. I'm too weak to get up. My senses are progressively deteriorating. The positive development of my illness, now the 28th, now permits me to resume the course of this logbook. The inhabitants of a strange village, who are apparently devoted to a form of worship that still escapes me, have taken me in. They're peaceful Indians who survive on hunting, gathering, and on honey.
I definitely feel like we read this part already. And we saw this part already.
Why do I feel like we read some of this and didn't read other parts of this? Did we skip some of these pages and somehow got to other pages of this? Somehow? 15th of April, I must admit that I am quite proud to have brought these Indians a few rudiments of civilization. I think I read that too. But some of these pages I feel like I missed. Made them underestimate the waterfalls can be a great source of energy. Yeah, I absolutely read that. Various pieces of machinery that will free them from their daily constraints. I definitely read that.
Can you stop kissing everything?
The streamer was plus some gobos. Hi and welcome everybody. Ooha booga. Is everybody gonna say that? Is that the new raid-in message? Hi goblins. How is stream? Playing more The Last of Us 2. Is that correct? Change scenes for a second. When I'm in the game, there's no music. It's just like ambiance, and it's mostly just this like thrum in my ears. No, I'm just a dork. Sounds good. Let us do another shout out. We already did one earlier when Oz came in to lurk, but why not two in one night? Please go follow the streamer boss.
9R4.
What am I looking at? Clip is so small. It's like dark gray game.
Oz think fast where she should look for her flamingos.
I'm not sure.
Has she checked her butthole?
Oh, it's the one half of the butthole thing. What is this game? Okay, well, maybe we'll never know. Streams have been good, getting tired, so I wanted to cut right at 4 hours before I get the nods. I have you beat. I've only been streaming for a little over 3 hours, and I'm already getting the nods, and I think we're even going over content that I've already gone over earlier this evening because I didn't process and digest it. Because I'm too tired and my memory banks were not able to receive the lore dump. It's a Myst-like game, and I don't think I have the remake version. I think I have the original version, which means there's lots and lots and lots of text right at the beginning, and it's all like handwritten stuff. And the artwork for the books and journals and stuff that you get, it's good. It's really immersive. And it portrays this really interesting world that we haven't even begun to crack open yet. But I'm going through a journal that I swear I read cover to cover, and I'm reading pages, and I'm like, I don't remember reading this page before. And then I get to a later page, and I'm like, oh yeah, I read that page. How could that have happened? Something happened. Something happened in my brain. And I believe we did another sleep talk this evening. So that's fun. Good stuff. Anyway, back to the game at hand. Here we are. Mechanism of the Counterweight to climb the falls, which we want to eventually go see. We've definitely read all of this. Move it to the marsh. Do we read this one? Strange ceremony. Oh yeah, the white bird ceremony. We saw all the plants. We did. We already read all that. We got to see this guy. See, I remember reading all these pages. I'm not going to reread these. I definitely remember reading these before. There's the white birds. That's the end of the book. So, please, can we put this away? So, yeah, we read it. There were just like maybe 3 or 4 pages. Maybe we double clicked or something, or who knows? You very much only have the. Oh yeah, I mean, look at these gorgeous 1999 graphics. The remake is on sale. Oh, that's a lot of money. I mean, it might be cheaper by a lot from the price that they say it's going to be, but this is still a lot. We can't wake this guy up again to talk to him anymore. That conversation's over. You've drunk a lot. Are these all... How many of these wine bottles did you have tonight, good sir? 40% off? I think the original... I think this one was free. So... I'm gonna play the free game. Let's go up the stairs again. Is there anything, any hint toward one of the puzzles that we have? Oh wait, hello. We've already viewed you close up. Yeah, these are the bugs. These are definitely, that's not a tick. This thing looks huge. Or we got our eye really, really close up to it. No, if you look at it in context with the book and the seat and everything, that's just a big ass bug. Damn, you're a big ass beetle. We have studied so much of this room already. I just don't feel like we have found anything that could resemble a legend for any of the puzzles that we have uncovered so far. We have places where we do enter in a code or configure something. We just have to be able to find where that information lay. The original is $12.99, so I got a $13 game for free. That's not bad. I saved, I mean, girl math, I saved infinite more money because paying 0 for something is basically like dividing by 0 when you're doing the math to see how much you saved. Yeah, aren't any other channels for this. Yes, there are no other channels, and we also can't skip this. I shouldn't have clicked on TV. It's great. Thank you. Thank you. It's not on sale. It's part of a bundle, but it's normally $39.99. But it's frequently on sale for $20. Oh, okay. Wait, Troy, you don't know the girl math thing? Oh, God. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, that's new. Hang on. I didn't see that clicker. What do we turn on? And why can't we get closer? I hear a thing happening. Just don't actually see it. And it can't. There's no clicky to bring me over to understand. We're just gonna leave you on because maybe you make something else work that we haven't found just yet. I'll leave it how it is. Girl math is often used. Oh, we've been here? Yeah, we've been at this angle. Girl math is often used in justification for buying things that you don't actually have a personal budget for. But if you look at things in almost an Abbott and Costello sort of mathematical understanding, well, it's 20% off, and with membership on top of that, you get double points for sale event for this particular weekend, as long as you only buy it on Saturday and Sunday. And the double points, that ends up being like X number of dollars that you can buy back in the store. So the company actually paid me more than what the thing is worth in the end because of what I get in terms of it. There's just all this weird like double speak justification and wonkiness about the math that makes things that makes what you're ultimately doing is you're spending money. You ultimately spend money out of your pocket, but you end up convincing yourself that you're saving money in the long run, or you're making an investment, or something you could flip later on if you really worked the system. And so you're actually dealing in negative money purchasing. You're getting money for buying something. It's almost never the case, but yeah, that's how it goes. How's that, girl? Don't know. It's just who knows why they have to gender it. We've definitely been up there. I've met plenty of compulsive shopping sort of people, and I can tell you it's nobody has the inside track on this. It's just if you can't help the dopamine addiction of buying things on sales and using your money in bad budgeting tactics, or doing stuff because it feels good instead of it's mathematically better, you end up paying more in the long run if you choose certain paths versus others. That's just bad all the way around, all the time, no matter what. So this thing really won't let me control it. Anyway, I got a hand. It doesn't matter. The hand icon doesn't work here whatsoever. Girl Math says paying with cash is free because it's not coming out of your bank account or showing up on a statement. Yeah, that's a good example. I probably sum it up poorly. It's probably more fun to watch the memes about it. Yeah, it was a TikTok trend for sure. Cost per wear also factors. If I buy this $100 dress, if I buy this dress all the time? You mean if you buy this $100 dress and wear it all the time, it's like $1 a day that I've worn it. Yeah, you could think about it like that, right? Like if you buy something and you're only gonna wear it to like nighttime gala events, then it doesn't make sense. But if it ends up being like office appropriate because of a certain layering circumstance, in that case, then it's like investment in work attire. And then maybe you could even bill HR or whatever, or put it on your expense account because it ends up being something that you wear for work. Stuff like that. It's toxic. To call it girl math. Yeah, it's probably toxic, but I think it's tongue in cheek, right? There's no part of it that says that the trend isn't trying to say there is a gender that does bad budget stuff and the other anybody who doesn't ascribe as girl doesn't do that kind of stuff. Yeah. I think it's mostly just playful. It's often linked to the 2023 trend of girl dinner. That's confusing to me because I always thought of those two things as being separate from each other. It's a form of cognitive dissonance used to alleviate guilt over discretionary spending. That sounds very AI. But yes, I agree with that. While intended as a lighthearted joke, some critics argue it enforces stereotypes about women being bad with money. Maybe it's that part. Yeah. It's like, perhaps instead of enforcing the stereotype, people are more just like saying, this is funny, I do it, and I'm okay ridiculing myself about it. But maybe then they shouldn't use the term girl by expanding it out and making it sort of flatten out and make other people, anybody who would call themselves a girl who is great with money, might feel like this is rude or othering to hear. Yeah. Others embrace it as a way to subvert traditional financial advice. I think that's why it seems like it works even in a modern setting without feeling like it's attacking or belittling in any way, because it does feel more like a subversion than it does an honest critique. Nobody who does a girl math meme is in the end trying to purport the stereotype so much as make fun of and own the stereotype in like a modern subversive sort of way. Yeah. Flatten out the blowjob. Nice. Okay. So, yeah, the wheel definitely changes our reticle. Does not matter. It will not move. Whatever's going on in there, which looks like there's some compass wheel stuff going on in that basin. That won't move. We know how to change this number. We don't know what to change this number to, so I don't know that's really worthwhile. But what if we change it to 180? We do that. When we leave, this doesn't seem to do anything. Wait, I want this to be 8. Why does the 9 have a... Some of these numbers have a thing underneath it. Oh, poop. No. Give me the right digit. One more. Boop. I want this to say 180, and I don't know why. It's just one of the only numbers I've seen in the whole game that's a 3-digit number. And it's mostly just from looking at these. Because you got a 0, a 90, and 180 degree telescope here. And we've got 2 of those. It's definitely one of those games where I think I'm going to need soft hints to get through it. I'm going to reach out to Sierra Estelle. Be like, yo, you recommended this game to me. Now, how the hell do you play it? Because we've been in the same one tower, which is big. It's a big tower. You know, there's lots to see just in the initial area. But, and some lore dumps. I mean, that's probably important of a game of this era. Lore dump away. Give us the vibe, the feel. Wait, hello? There's really nothing else but her. It's a little bit compulsive there. There's the bug. Birds. This guy. Why does your clock have no hands? What did you do to the hands, my dude? This. This is a Belgian game. I don't think they do 911. I just want to make a delicious meal while I'm here. Can we do that for my drunk friend over here? He really just wants a greasy quesadilla. And he says he'll feel much better. And he'll be able to stay up and do, I don't know, go to the club with us. Want to see him dance, but he's in no shape to dance right now. There's like nothing. Nothing else. Oh, there's so many things that look like they should be interactive here. You can touch the phone. You can interact with the phone. You can leave through 2 exits. There's the picture. It's the same person, though. The one that was in the slideshow. So whoever... yeah, this person's like definitely hooked on their, I don't know, Amazon hottie. Did everything on this screen. You could still enter the screen, which is kind of annoying. I feel like they should make it, well, 1999 game. Do whatever they want to do. The fact that you can enter the screen and look at the stuff that you can't interact with anymore is just a little bit annoying, but there it is. Ask for fries. I should make the fries. This guy should be asking me for fries. I'm the capable one between the two of us. Okay, well. I wish I could mess with the bike. I wish there was something to do outside. There's really nothing to do with this thing. This looks super important in some way. You can get to it from up above. You can get to it from down here. But you can't approach it. You can approach it from up above. It does nothing. There's no interactive component. And from down here, you can't approach it whatsoever. And then there's nothing else out there. All of that is waste. It's just the way to get in here is all. Yeah. All right. I feel like I'm just treading over the same areas over and over again. Should we turn everything off? This was maybe a bad idea. Is there no forward? Or interesting. If the lights are off, you actually can't advance down the hallway. Your character goes scaredy cat and decides that they won't do anything. I didn't think that was there. So there are some things that you can toggle on and off as far as being able to progress somewhere, depending on whether there's energy or not. There's this too. Turn this off. This just turns this off. It doesn't pay to have it off. So things that you can toggle off, you shouldn't. Wait, what was that? I turned something new on. What did that do? Oh no, that turned off the computer? You turn on the power and then turn the computer on. Oh, that didn't do that either. Let me take a break. I know I'm taking a lot of breaks, but if I don't take breaks, I'm gonna pass out in my seat. From experience, rooftops are a great place to sing. Oh yeah. We should just do a karaoke night. We'll go up to the roof of this tower and we'll just sing together. All right, let me take a brief break. We'll be back. I want to walk into your restroom and feel like it smells and looks so clean. I want it to feel like I just broke the seal on a brand new room. I'm like playing Betrayal in the House on the Hill, and I've opened the door to a brand new room tile. I want to feel like I'm breaking the hymen on the restroom. It's so virgin and fresh. Please don't clap that. Welcome. I didn't even put on clothes. I just we're robing it tonight. Robe is clothes, so I'm clothed, but with robe. And I encourage you to do the same. Be comfy tonight. Comf it up.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Welcome. Wow. I am so in the stratosphere today.
Face your fears. Gain 2 temporary health whenever you kill a ridden within 2 meters. Oh.
It's a good one for meleeers.
I'm going melee mom.
Yeah. Momlay. Forget I said that. Yes. Oz laughs like with all of her essence. Oz also burps with all of her essence.
Alright, thanks, Phil.
Yep.
I hope you have a good one.
How in the hell was he talking without a head? Or anything else for that matter?
You know, my eyes are having trouble myself. Maybe I left my eyes on the bus.
I mean, maybe.
Your mouth moves faster than my fingers. Yeah. Ooh woo. Ooh woo.
I need to take my night pills.
Need to do the
When you're
human.
drinking, that's a bad idea.
Doing your humaning.
I'm no longer.
Hi and welcome back. Here we are, right where we need to be. We do still have a sledgehammer that we haven't figured out quite what to do with. What is? Oh, there. Hi. Welcome back. Operating system. Disk. Password. 6 numbers. Is there anything in our reading that gives us a 3-digit number for the roof, a 6-digit number for this, or a phone number to call? Something in our reading. The white bird. I think that there's just so much reading that when you're tired, you go through all this. It's like crazy to try to retain any of these bits of information. Just looking for a 3-digit number, a 6-digit number. There are dates. Dates tend to come in the flavor of 8 digits, though. Or I guess some of them can come in 6 digits, but there's a lot. There's a lot of dates. Maybe too many dates. There's a telephone number. Hang on. Hold on. 1 sec. Can we screenshot this? Literally no. When you try to screenshot it, it don't work. It don't work. I'm gonna have to use my phone. I did this on another game too. I can't remember which game. Where I was like, there's nothing I could do except grab my phone and take pictures and do it that way. Oh, thanks, Oz.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
You Oz'd me before I mean, I don't think I waited that. long before I read your chat. Then there's this, but we have seemingly no knowledge of how to open that. I think this is openable by that code. Because it looks like this cable goes up, and then up and into... Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's just a cable for electric. And that's not really anything. That's the one number that we found that might have some relevance somewhere. Because what... Yeah, what else are we doing with our time here? Found the 3-digit number thing too? Wait, what? While you were watching, or are you... Or are you looking at stuff? Like codes? The phone number is too many digits? Is it? This game is not... This game's not American. So... I don't know. Okay. 0, 3, 4, 6, 5, 2, 8, 1, 7, 9.
Hello, Museum of Natural History, Paris, France. Office Curator Edward Willow speaking. What? Valenpla, you again. I swear, I've told you before, it's no use phoning. Your expedition plans to the Amazon do not interest us. Do you understand? But we have neither the desire nor the means to abet your fraudulent adventures. So, I beg you to stop bothering us. My predecessors learned the hard way the cost of trusting you, and I won't be taken in. Do you hear me? I am a serious scientist, sir. Ha! Goodbye and good riddance.
Okay. I'm gonna lower the volume. I don't think that really helped. Thanks. Anyway, jerk. Trying to find ways to advance the story. Not be brushed off because you think my trip is fraudulent. What do we need 6 of? Oh, what are each of the levels? I don't know about... Oh, the lighthouse? Oh, God, I don't know. I've been up and down it, and I don't necessarily remember. At the top of the lighthouse, there's a 3-digit number. It can be 000 through 999. So, yeah, it doesn't have to be a 3-digit number, I guess. It could lead with a 0. But there's a 3-digit number up there. Then the computer is a 6-digit code. Go upstairs? Sure. Here's the library little section, and then here's the math and drafting, engineering portion, perhaps. You come out this way, and we go around there. Wait, yeah, that's right. Oh, just one floor? Oh, I'm sorry. Streamlab lag. This would be, yeah, the library section. We got pictures of birds and a beetle pinned to some wood, and a globe and a slideshow that's just obsessive over a tribal lady over there. Like you do. Can't remember. I don't think there's anything else interactive here, except there was probably something we picked up in this room. I just don't remember picking it up. There's necessary information in this room that you haven't tracked as such. Okay. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Is it spinning the globe? Because I've done that a few times. That's always been fun. There's my taxidermied friends over here. They've always treated me well. A little caiman down there. You'll find a set of numbers in here. About that. This is a dead end. We picked something up from here, if I remember correctly. Numbers in here. Yeah. It's not the birds. Can almost not read what's on those pages. What did you pick up? I don't know. I don't remember when I picked all this stuff up. I got text upon text upon text. All the stuff that's in the inventory here. This stuff is so long. It was a letter. Yeah, I don't know. It was either this one, this one, this one, or this one. There's so much stuff. Or this. It might have been this. This is super crazy long. I can tell you that in my state, I even reread one of these because I feel like I didn't get like, you know, half the information from it the first time. And I voice acted the reading and like maybe less than 10% actually stuck in. That's how like tired my brain is, and yet there's an immense amount of textual information. You know me. If it was spoken, it would have gone in one ear out the other if I'm tired. And if it was written, I have a much higher chance to actually retain what I just read in actual text. Like the guy who's got the empty wine bottles next to him and he doesn't lift his head up anymore when we talk to him. When we first came in, he spoke to me. I don't remember what the fuck he said at all. Not one word. I can't think of a single word he said. And I can't talk to him again. So no, I'm good. I'm not like wigging out or anything, Trot. Don't worry. Slow down. Do we want to go through these documents? This one has some dates in it. Mostly just months and years, which could be 6 digits if played just so. It's mostly talking about the love affair and the eggs and the birds, if I remember correctly. Yeah. From Valembois. Then there was this one. Let's see any. Again, just dates. And that part kind of sucks that you could look at the dates as numbers, but then that would make it, I don't know. I feel like that's particularly hard because there's lots and lots of dates all over everything. I don't see anything else here that would be used numerically to solve a puzzle. And there's this one. Dates and a lot of handwriting, and it's very big. Talking to me like I'm old. I feel like a lot of people are upset with me taking on an expedition. But I seem to be convinced. That was Mikowski. Again, I didn't see numbers there. This one's got the telephone number. That makes me sus to look at anything else in the rest of this as being useful. If the telephone number is there and it worked for something, I feel like nothing else on the paper is also going to work. And then lastly, the composition book. This one has so many dates, it hurts. And a lot of pictures and the most pages out of all of them. Probably nothing that... This is the computer. with a disc. Yeah, I don't remember anything here. Because usually, like, I mean, I read through all the Mist books, right? We read through them. We did the lore dumps. And sometimes you'll look at something and be like, oh, do you see that? You see how they'd said, like, oh, I tried this 32 times. And you go, oh, 32, that's a number. That's going to be important for this particular world when you encounter it. So write it down or take a screenshot or do whatever. Like, absorb that for some reason. But I remember looking through these, like looking at the pictures and everything, reading the prose and thinking to myself in my brain, it's like, okay, is there something to glean from this? Is there something beyond world building while you're going through this, right? Like the Beatles. There's a beetle that we've pinned, and so you look at these beetles and go, okay, which is the one that is the one that we pinned, and then what does it matter if we've matched the beetle in the office to the beetle in this notebook? Does that give us anything? And so far, we don't have clues that you could type in like a beetle's name somewhere or something, or pick a beetle or pick a color, because they're all very colorful shelled. So there's all these ways in which you think, how do you puzzleify the journals that you're reading, or where can you extract something that's like, I'm not just learning backstory, but this also might be in the game for a reason, so that I can use this knowledge or find a hidden secret, some clue, not secret, but like a clue that brings you up to the next place you're supposed to get to. How obvious do you want me to be? I don't know. I've looped this world 3 or 4 times now. So maybe obvious is the way to go. But also, I don't know if I should just end stream at the 4-hour mark and just play this next Saturday with maybe less tired brain. Because if you hint me at something and you get me past like one puzzle, am I more awake after that? No, I'm still tired and still prone to getting stuck in the same way again. So maybe highly direct hinting doesn't resolve the ultimate issue. There's nothing there. That's like the only page that has like no text at all. And so it makes me sus, like maybe there's a clue in that, but then I don't see it there either. Looking through the pictures, you're like, okay, so there, schematics, arrows, how do you use that? How would you, where would you control this thing to do that thing? And is there a parallel in the actual game world, or not yet, or never? I can be more vague. We could try vague if you all want to see me stream a little bit longer. I'm also comfortable getting some sleep. This is a travel log, which means that most of these dates are just, hey, I saw this thing on this day. Yeah, I thought so. But are there more significant dates in this book? I don't know. I don't know. I read through this book twice because I'm having trouble processing the book. Probably. My guide deserted me. Is that an important date? Probably. Start at the beginning? Bruh, you don't want me to sleep, is what you're saying. That's what I'm hearing, right? You are saying, if I'm saying, well, 4 hours does feel like it might be a good time, and maybe my brain's too tired to get through this book after all, and you're saying, bear with me, let's give you a soft hint. You were telling me, let's keep streaming. Yeah? Start from the beginning and go through it? Sure. Sure. You're not my mom? Yeah, my mom's dead. You can quit if you wanna. You seem to have a different motive, so I'll entertain it, at least for the interim. Alexander Valembois, born on this date. That's the... I don't know who this person is. I think it's somebody who's important to my story, but I can't remember. There's a journey to the Amazon. That seems like an important date. His birth seems like an important date. Maybe not to me. I don't even know who I am. If I have a name. There's the Amazon goose. Don't see any dates. David and Antonio watch the geese fly toward the Amazon. That doesn't seem that important to me. At last, we're off. Is this the date that they take off? Because this even has the hour and the minutes. This is probably important. There's even an angle here that you use the birds and then you angle whatever the hell that thing is. So this is takeoff date. Super important, maybe. You do have folks that want you to be okay. Some of you. But those only get you once or twice a week. Right. It's conflict of interest, right? You want me to give you the most show that I can possibly give you. And I want to as well. I do. In fact, when I cancel a stream since September, since I've dropped down to 2 streams a week, if I cancel a stream, I have so much guilt. I just took away 50% of my live stream time with you guys. And I don't want to. I have so many things I want to do, so many things I want to present, so many ways in which I want to be online for everybody. Not just live, but other stuff too, which is, you know. But yeah, also if the quality of my show is suffering because of where I'm at mentally and capable of playing a game, or my mental capacity to play a game, especially a game genre that I'm already bad at in the first place. I thought playing through all the missed games, maybe I'd be better at these types of games, but it turns out I'm not great at these types of games still. Or maybe this one's just particularly cryptic and a lot of people have struggles with it, even if they played through the missed games. Yeah. It's, you know, it's tricky. It's tricky to find that balance. How much do we push my health and sleep and capacity to be an entertainer versus how limited do you get my live show because I'm cutting things off so soon or so short or canceling days such that your access to me is so much worse than it used to be, especially back when I was doing the 4 streams a week. But when I was, when I was doing 4 streams a week, it was like maybe some of the worst health I think I've ever been in my entire life. I'd wake up and almost cry because I was so exhausted. I was like, I don't know how I'm going to make breakfast for kids and get them to school and drive a vehicle. I felt like some mornings I was like, I don't know how I'm going to get the energy up to get behind the wheel of a vehicle and safely get my kids to school because of how late I streamed the night before and how little sleep I got. Especially too, because sometimes the kids when they were younger had many nighttime needs. And so I'd quit stream, handle their nighttime needs, wake up and do breakfast and drive to school and all that sort of stuff. I'd always managed to find the energy. We never got in any accidents or anything like that. I was never pushing myself where it was like dangerous to get behind the wheel of a car. But it was dodgy times. And now that I'm at far less streaming, I find myself in some cases still struggling to get the energy, the ability to do all the things I want to do. In fact, I feel like there's more demand on my time and my responsibilities now than before I quit my day job. Yeah. So it's tricky. I don't know. So we could say October 22nd, 32. That might be something. And then do you do it in the order that they do it in? Here's the thing. If we're looking at these dates, Maybe we should actually be looking at them by the computer. Hey, buddy. By the computer that we can actually use to enter in some of these answers. Because the worst thing that happens, it just says wrong code. And then we try again. I do love that unlike some of the newer Cyan games, you can click fast through areas and get shit done. All right, do I have to use the disc every time to make this work? I guess I do. It was the 22nd of October, 1933. So if we do 22nd October 33. What? Enter? Star? Wrong code. So could be 33 October 22. Could also be that. Here's another thing. This ain't an American game, so the idea of doing this as October 22nd, 33, this is almost certainly the wrong code. Because this is... What do you mean beep? Just the right... Oh, it says wrong code there. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, but it sounds like an AC hum when you... It's the game. It's this machine, this generator thing for the computer. Yeah, if I leave, it goes away, right? It's just the game. There's a bunch of places in this game that have these like ambient sounds that are just built in, and then most of the game is like vapid of there's no music stings, there's no like little bits of soundtrack. There's no, oh, you discovered this, let's play a little ditty for you or whatever. Nothing. It's just the sounds of wherever you are. And some places just are soundless. And the intro to the game, when you first load up the game, it's just it's a screen with no actual sounds to it too. Which means I can't start up the game and use the music as welcome to my stream music. So that was like, you know, take off. It was probably gonna be a useful date. I guess we could try the birth date though too. People using birth dates as passwords, probably a bad idea, but whatever. 28th, not 28th. Oh yeah, 28th of June in 04. 280604. Go away. 280604. Hey friend. 280604. Authentication. That was it. It was just the birth date. The beginning of that. Yes. Checking status. Load. Loading data. Transfer in progress. Oh, those are beautiful sounds. Access base. We know what that did. That opened the door down here. Hey, friendo. Yes. Oh, it just like walked you right through it too. Thanks, Oz. That was a pretty good soft hint. That worked pretty well. We're in an elevator. There we go. Cutscene. I spent good money on this animation. Okay, we're down. Oh man. Oh man, it's a very missed vibes here. We got a machine going off into who knows where in some dark underground wet sort of area. Is this how we get to the Amazon? Wait, can we go over there? What's in the ticket booth? We cannot actually see these schematics, but I think it's just schematics for the flying machine. Various things to look at there. Oh, we can look over here, though. Ascenseur. Basse Marine. So, the flying thing in the marine base. Neat. Okay. Well, thanks for that. Just looks like kind of blueprinty for where we are. Anything else? Anywhere else we can go? We got to go here on the other side of this platform. I'm kind of curious as to why. Because there's a hidden thing up here. What is this? Why do we climb up here? What does this? What does that do? Whatever it do, it's not. It's just making popcorn. So we found a really cool secret and didn't really do anything for us. Go this way. Can we just walk out instead of fly out? Apparently. Oh, we need to because this thing isn't open. Who left the garage door down? How do we get this open? We hop into the hyperbaric chamber over here. Obviously. Gavin! Hi and welcome. I am so tired. We're probably going to be ending stream relatively soon. I just can't keep my wits about me. But it's lovely to see you. As tired as I am, I will pause stream and give a little shout out. How's everybody's favorite wholesome Gobbo Paladin?
Dude, there's gotta be something.
There's a Pally Pal.
Hint.
Yes, I can bring the laundry up.
Ah, here we go. Oh, you are kidding. Last machine from the Saturn Atlas site. Blankety blank 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 blankety blank 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 field team. Thanks.
Nice. That's how I feel when I find the solution to so many of these puzzle games. All right. Gavin, how's everything in your hood? How's the paladin life these days? All right. We're in here, but I'm not sure why. Did we do anything? We did not change the status of the door here. What does this do? We look forward as soon as we press that button, but I'm not understanding why. There's nothing else in here. It's not like an elevator. Oh, it is an elevator. Wait, we can't. Oh, you can't press down, but you can press up. Where does this go? Doing good. Was promoting my friend's game hard this week for his demo's launch. Good stuff. He's been working on it 8 years already. Wow. I wish him great success. If you'd like to use my chat to shout out your friend's endeavor, by all means. Okay, so we've got another. Hello, 140 degrees. Why is 140 red? Oh, the birds are there, I think. And then you add 5 degrees, so you actually need 145. That's what you need at the top of the thing, I think. We finally found the right angle in this one hidden, creepy room where you only use it to look out upon the waters. Okay. There's more up. Nah, I'm confused. Oh! We found a shortcut. Of course you use this number here at the lighthouse. I thought you did anyway, but this confirms it. You would not be able to get up here using the elevator from wherever the heck we just were, unless 145 was the solution to this puzzle. Definitely is. And why is it 145? Because we actually paid attention to what we were reading. And know that we have to add 5 degrees. There it is. There it is. I heard something. Can we move this now? Hell yeah. What did we just do? I have no idea what we just did. We did a thing. Probably. Did we do good? Who's to say? We can get back in this. Game is called Fair Travel Battle. It's like a cute version of Magic the Gathering and Hearthstone. Oh, nice. Every person I invited on my stream to play it was super impressed and put it on their wish list. I'll have to check it out. Okay, there's no more up. This will lead us to the observatory area that's going to be useless. So we'll go one more down. And then the door to the garage will miraculously be open. Damn, it's not. There's the rub. Wait, we can't even go back? Oh, you can. Oh. It was a little bit hard to find the clicky. So, what's your deal? We're here in the cockpit. We're in some water. Can we... Oh, do we need the disc? Does the disc have what we need now? It does? Load. We don't even need a password for this one. It does need the clicky. Oh, whoa. There's our solution. We just go submarine and we don't have to worry about the fact that the garage door is down. Boop. Oh. It's not the submarine. I don't know. What's a grapnel? What does that word mean? What's not available? Not available. Not available. Not available. It's plain or nothing. Fuel okay. Details no. Egg no. Enter details? 145? Confirm destination. Yes. We still don't have the egg. Missing egg. Yeah. I don't know what to do about that. Okay. We go find the egg. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No. Okay, good. It turned off on its own. Sorry, I just like touching things. I didn't think it was actually gonna try to start the machine. So we found a bunch of stuff and that was really exciting and I got like a second wind. But I'm super afraid that if I ride the second wind, I'm gonna stay awake. Can we? This thing still does not do what I hoped it would do. At least I don't think it does. What if that opened the door and I just kept clicking it? And so it didn't. No, it didn't actually open the door. Maybe this is a great time for us to call it quits so that I can get reasonable sleep and we can figure out just what the heck. Hello? Was that a wharf rat? What is this thing? Doesn't actually have any controls on it. I want to be able to explore everything, and they don't have clickies for every angle. I want to go in there. Why can't I? Why can't I go over there? Why can't I go in the water? It doesn't look pleasant, actually, that water. Yeah. It feels like a good time to quit. Otherwise, I get so sucked in. Look, there's something up there. There's like another whole thingy. Is that a vehicle too? Hiding in the shadows? Didn't know planes laid eggs. Yeah, this one does. See its wings? It's like a bat. So it needs its bat egg. You know, how bats lay eggs and put them in nests. No. Don't listen to me. If you stay awake, there are worse options to delve. Worse options? I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, let's save here. We know our next mission is find an egg. We'll just save over this one. I really don't like that part, though. Like the fact that you go to save. Wait, what the? Is there stuff to do in here? Look up. When I look up, there's like a travel. What does that do? Did that just take me out without saving? Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Let's quit Amazon. Yes. Okay. Oh, that was a lot. I can't believe I made it through the other end and got actually like more awake. Maybe because I was actually finding stuff that I found interesting to the game. Not that the lore dump part is lacking interest, but maybe it's just a lot for my poor, tired, working out in the yard all day brain to process through the heaps of text and reading it all out loud and everything. Yeah. I should have been fine, but yeah, didn't get terrific sleep last night. But tonight, no, I still have to clock in the morning, so probably not going to get great sleep tonight either. But hey, that's the life of somebody who's literally constantly clocking into something else after he clocks out of the thing that he just did. Yeah, it's been nice. It's been fun. Thanks for all the chat and hangage. We had some great conversations today, I think. Yeah, it was a good time. And the game is, it's a byproduct of its age. That's for sure. Jam.
Thanks for the week of streams, Damien.
Thank you, Jam. I really do want to find ways to get more streams back into a week. I do know that as kids grow up, they do tend to do less with fam and more with like friends and stuff like that, and have more like activities, sports and recitals and study groups and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, is being a parent the death sentence of the streamer that wants to do more than a couple streams a week? Not necessarily, but maybe we're in an era where my needs are higher for the family, but not necessarily a permanent sort of thing. But, you know, even if they stay high, we might find other ways to get on stream more often. What I'm really looking to want to do, though, is get more VOD work up there. For those of you that have followed me for some time, you probably have seen that I've been getting more and more short form content up just to get the algorithm sort of primed for my presence and send me out to more people than just the loyal fans of y'all who have been here for as long as you have. Try to get us to meet new people, expand and outreach, and generate more passive ad revenue than rather relying on the appreciative generosity of you all. Or, you know, add it all into one big lump thing so that we can start paying the bills with doing just this as our career paths. I'm also excited because Amazon is the last of the Mist-like games that I have on game schedule, which means once that's done, I do want to more focus on sort of more podcasty, chatting with you all, getting deep into the weeds on some more controversial topics and doing more deep dives and sort of like really biting into chatting at a just a better level, one that's more engaged with you all, which I think we can do once we stop playing these very story heavy games that require a lot of focus and a lot of puzzle solving and collaborating and reading very carefully and all that kind of stuff. So Amazon is like, it's not something that I'm trying to like rush through, but at the same time, I'll be happy to transition to something else after it's done, because being in the Myst games, honestly, being in point and click puzzle games has been something that I've now done for years of my life on stream. Because we started with the Maniac Mansion games, Maniac Mansions 1 and 2, and then from there, the King's Quest games, the the Monkey Island games, then the Myst games, and it's just been like puzzle after puzzle after puzzle. I know you all like the way my brain works when I'm trying to solve puzzles, especially considering I'm not a puzzle game player sort of person. So maybe my brain works much different than other people who play games. But I honestly think I give good criticism. And I think I like to be able to say, like, the art was really great. The story was really great. This puzzle was like poorly designed. And I wonder if people like to hear that, because I do feel like there's so many takes on reviewing a game that you've played where people are just gonna like either shit on it or they're gonna glaze. And either way, it's like, it's unfair. Most games are a mixed bag, right? There's something really cool as the reason why the game's popular. It's the reason why you as a streamer ever played it in the first place. You wouldn't have heard of it unless it got some sort of notoriety for being good. And unless it's a really bad game and you're playing it just to hate on it. But also the people that say, you know, this game's perfect, it's great, and everything about it is great, you're probably disenfranchising a lot of people that didn't have the same experience as you. And so I do like sharing my opinion on the stuff that we've played through. Anyway, yeah, I am going to go embrace some comatose times. It's been a lovely week. I hope you all have enjoyed. I had a really good time in Stars in Time yesterday, and I do hope that you all join me again next Friday for that. Most of my streams, I do try to start at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, and my schedule's been a little wonky recently with that, especially this whole year. I just feel like it's been really off. So I do try to stay up and try to add hours to my stream to make sure that I'm not shortchanging you, but that can be hard because it can really ruin my next day if I've got something going on or a lot of stuff planned. So yeah, there's so many variables to consider. Anyway, it's been a good year so far. I can't wait to see what stuff we have in our future, and I hope that you can't wait too. It's exciting. It's exciting times, and I've got the best community to meet all of that stuff with. So appreciate your faces very much. If, you know what, I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say Twitch. I don't even care if TikTok hates that I use the word Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, we're going to go find somebody to raid out to. But for everybody else, your stream is ending sooner because I'm not raiding out on all those other platforms. It's just too much of a headache. And some of you, I can't do raids on, depending on the platform. So there's that too. So for everybody whose stream is ending right now, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll see you in less than a week.